Market show for Thursday, December the 28th. My name is Barry Harrison, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Kiri. Yes, and yes. Now, I've got to hope that you guys can hear me in YouTube. It looked like it loaded correctly today, so I hope I don't have that problem I had yesterday. Anybody on YouTube? Thank you, Pepe. Great. Okay. So, you know what I've seen this morning? I've seen a lot of pop and drops. Probably well, there are a few of them, but the SNES, no, ASNS, that was probably the most dramatic one, ASNS. I mean, look what it did. It rose right up to from $1.11. It rose right up to $1.81. Had some news, received a $300,000 order for management software, etc. Low float, and then it came right back down almost immediately. So very little chances to really trade that one. But I saw a lot of them do that. This one is probably the more crazy one, not so much in how much it's dropped, but for the reason it went up. The only reason I can see this going up. Yeah, delisting is delayed pending a February hearing. That's the only reason that I can see that this is going up as CING, which is crazy. So anyway, there you are, CING, and that happened after hours. I mean, that news, quote unquote, news was released after hours. Stock got up to $22. We're sitting at 10 now. Unfortunately, not shortable for me. This Bone Biologic is BBLG still really, really alive again, guys. Wow. So this has some room. I mean, 799 is the next high looking left. It's taken out the high of yesterday now. High of yesterday was about 532, so it's above the high of yesterday. So BBLG still active this morning. If there's I don't see any news today on it. I'm not even sure I saw news yesterday on it. Yeah, I'm not sure we saw any news yesterday on this either. I certainly can't remember if we did. But look at this thing rip. And one of the reasons, of course, it's such a low float. 345,000 shares in the float. Yeah, kudos to people like Draw and Casa and Cam. They do a lot of pre-market stuff. They put stocks that are moving in the pre-market. So much appreciated. Listen, there are others out there. I know that, but those are the three that I really see every morning. So this one, a CTSO, this is gap down as it falls as its blood purification device fails to meet study goals. So CTSO, hopefully nobody was in this one overnight, down 35%. See a lot of the crypto plays that were alive yesterday, guys. The NEs, the BTDRs, Hive. I don't think crypto's not down a ton, but I have down about $692 or so. I know it's not real time. It's probably a 10-minute delay, but there's VITO moving down. Did she really, Casa? Are you trolling? Did she really? Okay, let's see if this one has maintained some kind of a gap. LEA. No, look at this, another one, guys. I mean, it's almost pointless talking about these, but LAES gapped up to 386. It's now 155, still up 35%. This is trying to see the reason for this. Disclose that it's post-quantum semiconductor technology based on cryptographic algorithms is specifically designed to withstand attacks and secure cryptocurrency, etc. So I guess it's a crypto play, LAES. But again, big pop, big drop, but it is still up 36%. Now, IOVA at one point yesterday, I think it was almost an all-time low. IOVA, yeah, I think yesterday was. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I thought this was well, it was close. I mean, it's still only it's in the lower end anyway. But anyway, IOVA's having a bit of a pop and noticing that Wainwright has decided to put a maintaining coverage with a $28 price target for IOVA, and of course has some room, $9. Next high looking left, 903, next high looking left. And MBOT, let's see if MBOT has held any sort of its gains. MBOT, no, wow. No, another one. Look at these big, huge topping tails. 221 and goes all the way back down to $1.45. Still up 24%. Lots of volume. Announces positive results of its GLP pivotal preclinical study. So not a huge amount of moves in the pre-market. These are the only ones that are up over 10%, and these are the ones that are down 10%. I did take a look at this PK, but I think this is a dividend play. I think they declared a dividend. Only 78 cents though. So there's another reason for this maybe being down. So we're going to see a lot of crypto plays, maybe finally putting in a red bar day, maybe. Yeah, not that crypto is being slammed or anything like that, but still sitting around that 42,000 mark. Bitcoin is anyway. So up is still, it's only up 2.6%, but the fact is, it still looks like it could be active today. UP, great week so far. But this is only 2 days. That weekly candle, that's only 2 days. Tuesday and Wednesday. Had a nice week last week. You know, when you look at a when you look at a weekly chart, 669 is the next high. So a little less than $1 away from that next high for up UP. Oh, here's another one though. Popped up to $7, has dropped over $1. BBLG. All right, I will look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. I doubt we're going to see very many, if any. We did the last time I looked on Tuesday. We had none. Ha! One upgrade. WT. Let's take a look at WT upgrade. I don't know North Coast at all. That's the wow. Okay, well, they put a price target of, oh, I thought it said 19, 9 on it. It's WT, Wisdom Tree. So again, analysts are taking the week off for sure. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. So from the toolbar, excuse me, from the toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Scroll down until I see Show More and Sector Status. What a day we had yesterday, though. Wow, up, down, up, down, up, down. And we are in for basically a flat open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. The stocks that make up XLE, 63% are down from yesterday's close. That's what that 63% in red means. So again, if you kind of look around, nothing really much happening. So the weakest sector right now, anyway, is energy. And as always, the only one I'm really interested in is to see if consumer staples can finally get back to the 200-day moving average. I think XLE, based on what happened with the market yesterday, XLE should still be moving away from that 200-day moving average. Barely, though, barely. That blue line right there on the daily chart for XLE, that is the 200-day moving average. And let's see if staples, it was slightly positive yesterday. Yeah, we're starting to get closer. This is the only holdout, guys, of the major sectors that is below the 200-day moving average. I will check utilities again, just out of, don't usually look at utilities as, yeah, okay, so utilities is below also. Last time I looked, it was above, but okay, so we've got two major sectors, utilities and consumer staples. Everything else, oh, check on healthcare. Might as well take a look at them all and see where they are. Yeah, healthcare, there's that blue line moving away. Retail, which was the real surprise, I think. Well, the doom and gloom forecasted for the holiday season did not come to fruition. Look at this. Look at retail, guys. And let's take a look at industrials, XLI. These will all be above. XLI again moving away, which makes sense. I mean, look, the SPY has been on a tear. Financials, XLF. Again, moving away. Consumer discretionary, XLY. Moving away, way above. Materials, XLB. And then the two stars, guys. When the doom and gloom was forecasted, not for retail, but just in general for the market, XLC, communications, and tech were still way above, way above. And look at tech, XLK. Yeah, so these never dipped down below. Well, not I should say never. Obviously, at some point in time they were below, but XLK and XLC have really led the charge. All right, what do I think about Sophie and Nvidia? Question from our YouTube room. For what? Day trade, long-term trade. I'm not a big swing trader. So I mean, look left. The next high in the weekly chart is 1167. Had a nice little run with most things in the market. A little bit weak this morning, but for what? Big float. I don't really think anything that long term. Yeah, so I'm the wrong person to ask, really. Stephen. I don't really trade long term. I have no idea the fundamentals. I do look here. The stock composite rating is 81, which is pretty high. That means, in theory, fairly strong fundamentals and fairly strong technicals. Okay, even though this is way, I mean, way down in the lifetime range, but I guess it's obviously been in somewhat of a recovery mode. But I'm not the right person to ask really about something like this long term. All I can see is looking left, the next high in the weekly is 1174. It's about $1.50 away. Oh, Bitcoin, I have no idea about Bitcoin. I mean, you get people saying it's going to do 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, and you get Warren Buffett saying it's going to zero. So, I mean, I'm again, wrong person to ask. Sorry, Stephen. I have no idea. I have no crystal ball about where Bitcoin is going. And Nvidia, well, Nvidia, obviously, with AI, the rage, etc. Nvidia is obviously just a very strong company. I mean, it's at the all-time high, basically. But again, if you're asking me where I think it's going from here, well, there are analysts saying 600, 700. Some are saying 400. I'm just not that. I'm only really an intraday trader. I don't really look at things long term. What is my approach when we were about to get data like today? Do you handle anything different leading up to it? What's the data that we're having today? You mean some of the numbers that come out? Probably no, no, because most of the things that we see in this room, because they're trading abnormally, are not that affected. Yeah, no, they're not that affected by the overall market. Okay, most of the things. Now, if you're trading things which are more affected by the overall market, sure. But most of the stocks, because I'm only looking for stocks that are trading abnormally, are typically not affected by big market numbers. Okay. I think Sing is a joke. Okay, trader. I mean, if you look at the news, why it popped up, just because Nasdaq is, or was it Nasdaq that actually said that they've delayed their delisting until or a hearing until February. So I mean that's the only reason. The only reason this popped up. And it's at such a low float. There's no other news that I can see on it other than the fact that they were going to have a delisting hearing and now it's been postponed to February. That's the only thing I can see on it. So I'm from India, but interested to trade in US stocks. Can you help? Well, certainly the software can help. We scan for US stocks. So certainly the product that you're looking at right now called Trade Ideas, that's what we do. We scan for US stocks. SLV. If you're gonna, hopefully you're not gonna ask me here. What does the number 24 next to a stock ticker mean? What does the number like SLV? There is 24 in purple. Where are you seeing that? Where are you seeing that? Well, of course I don't have access to your watch list, JB. Is it is it our watch list or your watch list? Yeah, I mean it might be a 24-hour market. Okay, that's nothing to do with us, right? Okay, think or swim. Well, you So I think people are answering you. I don't have access. I don't have Thinkorswim, so hard for me to answer a question like that. But looks like people are saying it can be traded 24 hours. Okay, 5 days a week, 24 hours. So again, as far as being from India, if you stick around, you're going to see what the software can do. I mean, basically, you can create scans, to suit your trading style. What you're going to see here in this room today, you're going to see stocks that are very trading very abnormally in terms of both option volume and volume, overall volume. But you can create a scan to kind of see the types of things that you like to see in terms of the way you trade. But that's what Trade Ideas is all about. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Very simple, Erica. I just look left. I mean, it's very simple. Whether that is absolute. So if I looked at SLV, okay, imagine if SLV, if SLV was up here at 2247, I'd be looking left and I'd say, okay, there's your next high, 2292, another one after that, but there is the next high. If that were close to the current price, I probably wouldn't take the trade. I'm just looking left. I mean, it's really now again, just because when I look left and there's a high on a daily chart, the way I trade, I usually will shy away from taking the trade if the current price is close enough to that. It doesn't mean that's going to stall it. And if I can't see it on a daily chart, so in other words, if I look at it's probably not going to be a good example. Well, there's BBLG, but imagine if this wasn't here, okay, that daily candle wasn't here, and I'm looking left, and I can't see the next high looking left, then I'm going to turn to my weekly chart. Okay, I'll turn to my weekly chart, and then I'll take a look to see where I see the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Now, coincidentally, it's going to be the same, but okay, 798, 798. Again, my idea of support and 10 other people's could be entirely different, okay? Well, that's right. If I don't see it immediately on the daily, then I just look on the weekly, okay? I mean, I could scroll out and I could keep scrolling out, but it gets all muddy, messy. So if I cannot see it on the daily quickly, then I go to the weekly. If I can't see it on the weekly, which is not that often, then I'll go to the monthly just to check. But typically on the weekly, usually I can see it if I can't see it on the daily. But that is a very rudimentary way of doing it. Okay, there are other, I mean, if I were looking at SLV looking left, I mean, the next low is here, but a lot of people might look at this 2162. That's the 200-day moving average. Many people might look at that and say, well, that is a support level. Okay, so if you're going to buy this, and if it broke through this, it's really that simple. That's me though. Well, if I'm trading intraday, when I'm trading intraday, sure, I'll look at a 15-minute chart. But remember, most of the things that I see are going to be are going to be at the high of the day or at the low of the day. So I'm not too worried about the intraday candles. Okay, they're going to be because they're already at the high or the low of the day. So I don't have to worry about that. Now, if I'm looking to maybe to play a bit of a pullback play, sure, then I'll start looking at the 15-minute candles to see where it could go. But I'm not a big pullback player. Not your kids though, Erica. Come on, your kids. You talk to them all day long, right? Or I can't remember their names. Everly and Valerie, great. Hopefully they're not listening when you said yes or reading. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at some of the thumbnail charts I have to see whether or not there's anything interesting from yesterday. So that B-U-R, let's take a look at Burr to see if it is still dropping a little bit. Now, the other one I want to see though is that CYTK. What a day it had yesterday. It is still kind of hanging around the top here. The high of the day was 83.82. Now that was actually look at after hours. So it got above the high of the day was on that first candle also, the first 15-minute candle. At that big spike, there's a 9:30 candle, had that big spike up to 83.96, pulled all the way back, and then kind of recovered all day long. Got above that high in the post market. So we're still sitting around that area. And that is the what link are you talking about, Steve? For my homepage or what main page? Are you talking about my homepage where all my scans are? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Oh, if you're talking about the trading room, you got to go in every day, just like everybody else. I have to do the same thing. You have to go in every single day. You cannot save the link, and I think that's what you're talking about, right? I have to go to the homepage, the Trade Ideas homepage. I have to scroll down till I find the trading room link. That's what I do every single day. Same. So I'm no different than you. It's 9:28, so about an hour, a minute and 15 seconds before the market opens. And Pepe, I have not forgotten. You know what I'm talking about. I have not forgotten. All right, now it's a minute. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to shut this down. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. All right, guys, about 5 seconds. This moment, less than 500 contracts. This will start to fill up immediately. This will take some time. So there's the end. I think I mentioned this one. It's right on the top of my list also. And NVFY. Another one of those ones that popped way up there. Nova Lifestyle, yeah. Low float. Very low float. Like very, very low float, guys. Under a million. I mean, very, very low float. So some weaknesses now in some of those crypto plays that were screaming higher. SDIG. Wow, look at CYTK, guys. CYTK. Good volume coming in. All right, let's take a look at the SPY. MBOT. MBOT. Let's take a look at MBOT. MBOT had that pop up and then it pulled back. Look at that. I mean, huge up. 222, pulled all the way back down to $1.46. Another low float, not crazy low, but it is low, 10.8 million in the float. So to start, we've got the Dow up a bit, Nas is up a bit, SPY's up a bit. Big green bar to start. DADA, DADA. Yesterday we had Mama, now we've got Dada. Again, it's early, guys. It's very early. Gaming stock, PENN, PENN. All right, this is a uranium stock, guys. Yeah, uranium. Let's take a look at URA. Wow, ugly looking weekly chart though. But let's take a look at uranium in general. Is uranium weak or is it just this one? URA is the ETF. Is the ETF? Yeah, so uranium's weakening, guys. Look at CYTK, guys. It's early, but look at CYTK. So it's above yesterday's high now. People saying DQ is a flyer. DQ. Let's take a look at DQ. So the next high looking left is 2777 for on the daily chart for DQ. If there's any news on this one. China stock. Actually, I think the China stocks are all alive today, aren't they? Well, maybe not every one of them, but let's take a look at KWeb. Is there JKS also? Yeah, so the China stocks are also ripping today, guys. So you're going to see a lot of candles like this for most China stocks for a while anyway. Yeah, VIPS, another. Be careful on this ASNS. I know it's making a market high, but that got slammed down from 180 all the way back down to 1. And be really careful on this CING, okay? I mean, if you're going to take this one, the float is so low. Well, my music has stopped. Give me one moment, guys. Okay, just give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Set on mute for a bit. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, guys, sorry about that. Look at CYTK, guys, still on the move here. Another market high. Look at CYTK, guys. Another new high. I think somebody put a $100 price target on it yesterday. Again, guys, if you took the CING, just be don't wander away from your computer. Okay? You've got to be awfully careful with this. Now here's a Bitcoin play that is not dropping today. BTM. Abercrombie and Fitch, guys, is weakening. The next low looking left is around 86.78. ANF is weakening for some reason. Maybe they got some union protests. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time. I used to call it foot, FT. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Yeah, so if you're saying Mara's on the move, I'm sure you mean it's kind of recovering. Yeah, so there's a nice pop. A lot of volume coming in. This is the first 15-minute candle, 12 million shares. For the NVFY, I don't think I saw any news on it, but let's take a look. NVFY. Yeah, I don't see any news on it for Nova. I know it seems crazy. How can a stock be up 198% with no news? And at one point it was up a lot higher. Well, okay. I shouldn't be too, again, I don't know, prejudicial against the ASNS, but I mean, it is starting to move. It is, up 3.6% now. It did hit a high in the pre-market of 182. It did have some news. I mean, whether a $300,000 order from a major North American rail operator. And in fact, what did it say? Is that over 3 years? Yeah, so for 3 years, so that's a 3-year order. So basically, call it 100,000 a year. Another Bitcoin play, guys. So some of the Bitcoin plays are probably starting to come back. So I'd probably take a look at SDIG. Take a look at SDIG. Yeah, look at this big giant bottoming tail for SDIG. What big comeback now for SDIG? Wow, NBI. Now this is the one that did some, I think, a dividend or something, or a few days ago. Yeah, so this is another, it's funny because FTFT and didn't really see it when all the other Bitcoin plays, crypto plays were going crazy. Never really, maybe we had low volume or something for most of those days. Never hit any one of my scanners, but this is another Bitcoin play or crypto play, just call it crypto. All right, well, first of all, there's the Bone Biologics also. So we got halted on the way up. Okay, did get halted on the way up. It resumed, sorry. It resumed. So it probably got halted on the way down, and then it got halted maybe on the way up because it got halted at. Oh, it's halted now. Okay, it's halted again. I'm sorry. So it got halted, resumed. Now it's halted again. 617. Now let's see where it could open. So this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol, but it is It is BBLG. There it is, BBLG. Halted at 617. And the right hand, this column here is telling you the potential open. Potential open. Doesn't mean it's you know, you see how but you can see how this just varies very quickly. So if you're in this one now, what you want to hope though is that there's a number greater than 617 over in this column. Now, speaking of the Sing, CING, same thing. There's the halt, 1192, potential open around 12. And this could go absolutely crazy. I mean, after hours it hit 2238. And again, the only news. Okay, well, this is other news that I'm seeing now. Okay, so guidance from the FDA regarding its clinical program, et cetera, et cetera. But the other news I saw basically was that I guess they were supposed to. This is what I saw. Resignation of 3 board members, but I saw something else that said that they would be. It's a lot of jumbled news for this one. Halted on the way down, really? It resumed at 12:15. It was halted at 11:92. It's halted now, but again, there's the halt price, 1094. Potential open, 1240. Just math, Michael. Why so many halts? It's just math. If you're unfamiliar with halts, it's just a volatility halt. Okay, so stock goes up too much in a short period of time, just a volatility halt. The program kicks in and halts it. And usually the halt is for 5 minutes. So nothing in the option activity scanner yet. So a lot of the China stocks are going to look just like this, guys. Big red bar or green bar to start, and then maybe a follow up. Just if you're going to trade China, unless it's a stock that has news specifically to it, I would have KWeb up and running. Also, if you're going to trade any of these China stocks, I would have KWeb thumbnailed somewhere because you're going to see they look virtually the same. Big 15-minute green candle to start, and then a second one. CHRS, any thoughts? CHRS, it's from our YouTube room. Well, there's the high of yesterday, 304. So, I mean, if it can somehow take that out, then the next high is 375. So, yeah, I mean, good volume, 7.9 relative volume. So, that's good volume today. So, that's my only thought on it. I mean, the high of yesterday, if it takes it out, 305, it's got a shot. The next high is 373. Didn't really do much in the pre-market, but the market opened and it just see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it quickly. So question is, how do I see where the halt will open at? Now, it's not written in stone, okay? And these are just resumed now. But this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? So when a stock is halted, you'll see the symbol. Then you'll see the halt price in red, and then this column here will give you a glimpse of where it could open. This is from Interactive Brokers, but the next time a halt happens, I'll display it again. But right now, there are no both BBLG and CING have resumed. Okay, that's from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, well, BBLG is not halted now. It's definitely trading. A couple of nice ones from our AI too. The BBLG picked it up on a pullback. I can see that right now. Wish I'd seen that one. This is what I'm talking about. So 941 entry, 536. It's at 605 now. Let's take a look at ATUS. See if it's still now. Look at this one. So there was the alert at 339, 363 now. ATUS. And that's from our AI. So interesting. Nothing from the abnormal option activity scanner yet. And if you're wondering why, it's very simple. Those stocks have met all the filter requirements. All right, so that opening 15-minute candle was very, very green, except there was a sell-off. You see that big topping tail? And then there was a sell-off, closed here. Buyers are stepping in again. I'm waiting, Pepe. I'm waiting. Still haven't had one yet. So the thoughts on LAES. Take a look at this one. This is another one I think that popped in the pre-market and it came right back down. Yeah, look at that. A big pop in the pre-market up to 385, comes all the way back down to here. I mean, it's pretty tough to know what's going to happen. I mean, I know it's still up 42%, 30 million shares, I mean, huge, 1.4 million in the float. I couldn't see any news on this one. No, it's a Swiss stock. So, I mean, it's hard to know what's going to happen. Especially when you look and you try to find any sort of news for the reason for it, and we don't see any that I can find anyway. Okay, well, there's up. Okay, so at least so we've got one showing up in the abnormal option on the way down. Okay, remember the color coding for this. And this actually, there were shares available for me to short. Now, this, of course, had a tremendous run from 139 all the way up to 606 in about, what, 2.5 weeks. My problem is that if I short this one, I'm basically I'm shorting an extended stock. I mean, this is really extended down. But the next low looking left is 375. And so, in this case, it may not have mattered, but I just, I just can't do it. But the original alert happened at 5:14. And I'm going to go over all of this in about, say, 15 minutes, okay? So there's the Bone Biologics highs. BBLG just made a new high. BBLG just made a new high. Definitely a nice one from our AI. 536 was the alert. So if you're looking for pullback plays, that was a nice pullback play from our AI. Pre-market high was up here at 735. Look left, the next high looking left is around 799 or so. That's on the daily chart. Look at Neo. I haven't seen Neo for a while. We used to see Neo a lot. Look at Neo just getting clobbered here now. And this is the reason that Terra wins court order barring Neo from selling its radar assay. That's the news. I mean, that happened earlier. That happened in the pre-market. Now they're going to appeal it. But right now, that's hitting Neo hard. Guys, CRDO, this is an all-time high now. CRDO is an all-time high. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Great. I mean, it's unfortunately a little extended here, but boy, what a nice move for CRDO. All-time high. And here's Neo now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, who asked about CHRS? Somebody asked about this one earlier. And yeah, so this is interesting. I mean, there's the high. I mean, looking left, obviously, that is yesterday's high, 305. That red line is telling me that's exactly, and look what it got to 305. So you can see that if it can take out yesterday's high, certainly it's got some room. 373 is the next high looking left. So this is certainly got some room here. So I'm just going to stick an alert, say around 306, just a little above that high, and see if it takes it out. All right, so Torty 1911. So you can see this is what we're talking about. Except I would pick one like this. Well, there's the halt for it, and normally, but I guess it's because this is a this is a SPAC. I can tell this is a SPAC. This started trading in the pre-market. Okay, so probably Casa mentioned it before. This is a SPAC that turned into FLYX today, trading as FLYX today. Yeah, so Fly Exclusive and EG, probably was EGAC or something, was a SPAC name before. All right. Give me a moment. Come on. Why did it take that trade? Hmm. What I'm trying to do, guys, I'm going to take this is in the simulator, okay? I'm going to take every one of these trades today that are showing up in the abnormal option activity. But why didn't it take the trade? Okay, so something in my combo, maybe I didn't. All right, guys, there's a CHRS. So this could get running. Okay. Well, I don't know what's going on. I created this called combo and it's not taking it in there. So anyway, I'm just going to take a couple hundred shares of this one also. Something's going on here. Sorry, guys. I'm going to have to reload it. Sorry. Move. I think there's so many things going on in my system that maybe anyway. No, I have to do one thing. Don't worry what I'm doing here. Just something I. Okay. Okay, guys. Definitely watching the CHRS. I mean, it's hanging right around the high of yesterday, which is 305, hanging right around that high. So what you're seeing here, I decided to take every trade in here in the simulator. Some of them I'm going to do on my own also, but I wanted to take every trade in the simulator. Mr. Grumpy, or MULN. Now this is I did a check here, guys. This is not the right float. They did a 1 for 100 reverse split, I think effective on the 21st of December. So this is not reflected yet. So that is approximately what that's, divide that by 100. So call it around, 3.3 million in the float for MULN. Okay. So they got halted again. So it opened and then it got halted again. FLYX is not a good, so far, not a good SPAC. Wow, that BBLG from our AI. I wish I just didn't know it triggered there. I probably heard the sound, but I was distracted. There's a great alert from our AI. 536, 754 now. Coming now. This is not shortable for me, but the next high looking left is 798. Okay, guys, I've taken some of this CHRS, okay? As long as it holds above yesterday's high. So GCT on the way down here. I mean, the next low looking left is 1614. No, I'm in it. I'm in it, Steve. Are you talking about CHRS? I'm in it. But listen, you have to have your trading style, right? Your own plan and all that. Yeah, I'm not telling anybody to do what I'm doing, but I'm in it. Right at 305. Look at nice. Okay, Grumpy, nice call on the MULN. It really didn't have that much action in the pre-market. Very. Yeah, I was just watching to see what it was doing at the high of yesterday. Yes, yes, that was the reason. It's not 100% though. Just because something takes up a high, I just want to know about it. So I had the alert, and now I can try to analyze it, and then I make up my mind if I'm going to take it out or take the trade. So it's not just because it was at that high of yesterday. It was, there are other things for me. I want to see how it's trading. Is it still trading actively? Hmm. Ah, okay. No, I'm surprised. Chris should be showing up here soon, I would think. Thank you. By the way, retired Fido was the one in the YouTube room that drew my attention to this one. Okay. No, why isn't it showing up? Seven. Eight, 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 eight. That's the reason. Well, when that relative volume gets to eight, this will show up in the combo. But it's showing up in the other one, right? Pepe in the relative volume of six. Yes, I see it at relative volume of six here. So in what? No, the reason is that it doesn't trade options. BBLG is not optionable. Obviously, it says zero option volume, so it's never going to show up in the option that scan. But this is, yeah, this is what we're talking about, CHRS. I know it's a little confusing, people who don't know what I'm talking about here, but I'm going to go over all this in about, well, almost now. So that's just dropping the relative volume down to six, and you see CHRS showed up. Here, it has to be eight. And you can see that it's just a little bit under eight, and that's why it's not showing up in, call it the main one. Look at that, 7.86. So if CHRS makes another new high and the volume, keeps moving, this is going to show up here. It's going to show up here also. I'll go over this, guys. I know you're probably all confused. Meanwhile, GCT continues down. Okay, so via Perry asked the question, how can I freeze the pre-market actives up at market open? So you're talking about a top list? You got a top list window, the pre-market actives up? Yeah, real simple. So here's I don't have very many top list windows up, but so if you right click on the window, freeze. Okay, so you just have to be paying attention. So say at 9:29 or something, just freeze it. Now, are you looking to do it automatically? I don't think, I certainly alert windows. I don't think the count or the time of day. Yeah, the time of day filter is not available. It's only available for the alert windows where you can actually set, when you want things to either start or stop. So it's just a matter of, at 9:29, and I'm assuming, you're probably watching it. So at around 9:29, just right click, freeze. Okay. Now, see what I said? There's the Chris right there showing up. Now, okay, I'll take it here also. I said I would. So what I'm doing, guys, I'm taking every single alert from this option, abnormal option activity, the combo scanner. This is in the simulator. Now, this I have for real, but I'm just doing a little test. I'm going to do it for today and tomorrow. Wow. What an amazing move now for this Bone Biologics. I mean, now, we were talking about yesterday, well, we're not 5 minutes ago. The next high looking left was 798. And why can this happen? Okay, that's the float. All about the float, guys. All about the float. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. I think that anything under 20 million is pretty low. This is insanely low at 345,000 shares. That's insanely low. So when you get, for whatever reason, if you're going to look for news on it, I don't even know if there's any news today on it. I don't even know if there was any news yesterday on it. But if you get demand for whatever reason, so look at the volume, 3.2 million have traded. It's 10 times the float, 345, almost 10 times the float. So when you have high demand, low supply, okay? Just look at the float as being the supply stock. So high demand, low supply, that is what can happen. None available for me. Question was, are BBLG, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. So some of the crypto plays are coming right back, guys. There's Wolf, WULF. Actually, this never really, yeah, this dropped in the pre-market. Okay, like a lot of the crypto plays, they did this. Okay, and even though crypto is actually moving, or well, Bitcoin is moving lower, but the crypto plays themselves are having this nice recovery. And there's BTBT. I'm sure it's going to look the same in the pre-market. I know Mara looked the same. Tilray review, sure. Cannabis plays went a little crazy a couple of days ago when your government, as in the U.S. government, said they would. I guess people with marginal arrests because of marijuana in the old days, possession would be granted, basically either let out of jail if they're still in jail, or the records expunged, something like that. I mean, I can't remember exactly what it said. So I think that's what put the shot in most of the cannabis plays. Again, thinking that maybe your government will have maybe a federal law saying that cannabis is legal, kind of like what Canada does. I still think it's probably a long ways off, but that's what Tilray is all about. All right, Chris, come on, take a move now. CHRS, you had a nice move up to the 318s. I'm just looking. Actually, what's the float on this one? Okay, so it's a pretty big float actually too. So I don't anticipate like a super dynamic move, but 106 million. But as retired Fido pointed out, 20% is short, so that's a high short percent. This HYMC, what did they do? That was a 10 for one, or a 20 for one, or a 50 to one reverse split back. So it's a 1 for 10 reverse split. So before anybody goes crazy, this is still like a 29-cent stock. A lot of people were in a lot higher. But you know what? As a trade, hey, I mean, it's moved from 194 to 294. Yeah, I saw this SIDU up here. This is probably not shortable. That's why it's not shorting up here. Not shortable, not optionable. So there's SIDU. Wow, that's some crazy moves again, guys. So here's another one that just got halted. Okay, so where are you? Torty. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? So this is time and sales, Interactive Brokers, 1179 is the halt. Now, this is not giving a big clue where it's going to open. Typically you'll see a number either above that halt price or below it. But so it's not giving a big clue. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the in the real. I took myself out of the CRS, basically flat, got back up to that 306 or back down to the high of yesterday. So I decided to exit that. I'll keep it here for a while, see what happens. This is in the simulator. This is just a test to take every one of the ones. So I got a little greedy, I guess. I got up from 305 to 318, but I was looking for a lot more. Okay, guys, 1026. Let me do a few things right now. As far as my homepage is concerned, and all the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I talk about all day long. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So I do see that CHRS is back up again. Might have to take a look at it one more time, my real account. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. This is still a holiday promo code. You'll get 25% off, Barry25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And this is all I ask. If at some point in time you are going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. That's the goal, is to keep this room free. It has been free since 2015. We want to keep it that way. Okay. So the way to do it, take out a subscription using my link or my code, my promo code. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. That'll run you through your download and install, first startup and login. These are 10 short videos. Definitely take a look at the introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put them together and run you, I mean, they start off as basic as you can get. First video, what is a stock? Okay. And they get obviously more complicated, not complicated, but more in detail as you go on. And I think the last couple of videos talks about, you know, the need to create a trading plan. Okay. You have to have a trading plan. You can't just say, oh, I think I'll take this one. If I asked you why, you know, you might say, well, I don't know, but it looks pretty good to me. Well, maybe if that's your trading plan and it works, okay. But typically that's not a trading plan. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week, we did not have a trade of the week, and next week, there will not be one either. After that, Steve will get the trades of the week going again for the balance of the year. Education section is here. Big user guide, great user guide. Now, like any other software program, don't get overwhelmed by how much is in a user guide, okay? You don't have to learn everything. But again, you should look at the getting started, a little more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find a little more about stock racing and price alerts. I use price alerts all the time, okay? But don't get hung up on how much there is in the user guide. Again, you don't have to learn everything about it. There's the Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I do take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. Well, that's what the alert windows, top list windows. If you want to find a little bit more about stock racing, I'm not using stock racing now, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't. And price alerts, but certainly alert windows and top list windows, Erica. You know, you don't have, it's like, you know, if I threw you the Microsoft Word manual and I said, you got to learn everything before you can use the program, who would do it? Right? I'm not just talking to you, Erica, but who would do it? Most people, when they, you know, they buy a word processing program, okay, how do I print? How do I type? I may want to change the font. How do I save it? How do I print it? I mean, probably for 99% of us, those are the basic needs. But look at the manual. Look how big it is. You know, obviously there's a lot more to it than all that, but most people don't care about all that. So it's the same thing, you know, with Trade Ideas. Know what an alert window is. Know what a top list window is. And again, if you want to look at stock racing, fine. And I would look at price alerts. After that, you can start to look at other things, but it's not necessary in my opinion. So again, they're getting started, but alert windows, top list windows, maybe the stock racing and price alerts. I mean, look, putting a price alert, easy. I just go to the chart, start moving my pointer up. There's a dotted line that will follow. Okay, and if I can eyeball it well enough, say I want to do it at 310, I right click, create the price alert. If I've eyeballed it well enough, it's 310 right now, but of course, obviously I could change it. I typically don't put notes, then I save it, and that's it. So if it hits, that's a blue line. If it hits that line, it's going to change from blue to green. The price alert window is going to pop up on my screen. Can't miss it. So my scans. Where was I? So if you click on my homepage link, you'll be at the top here. And then all I have to do is scroll down and the center section are my scans. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. You see the halts. You see how it popped up on my screen? CHRS. The price alert window popped up on my screen. I cannot miss it. There's the time. I sort on the trigger time column, so I'll always see the latest one right at the top. It'll tell you when it was created. Okay. I also put a sound alert on it because I have a wireless headset. So sometimes when I wander away from my computer, but I'll hear the sound that it makes. I can come racing back to see what triggered. That's for any alert window also, but I really like to hear. I really want to see what my sound alerts were, or sorry, my price alerts were. And I minimize it. Okay, that's why it pops up on my screen. There, in my opinion, you don't have to have this taking up any screen space. You can just minimize it. And then when you get the alert, it'll pop up in your screen. So where was I? Halts resumes is over here. There is the momentum scan. Now, if you load my momentum scan from here, it's going to be a little bit different from this one. You don't have to do the same thing that I did. I just added a filter so that because I only wanted to see stocks that have traded less than 500 contracts today. Okay, anything over 500 will more than likely show up here. Okay, in the option scanner, and I'll go over that. But I wanted to see the ones because what was happening is I was seeing, the same stocks here and there. And there's no point. I really just want to see the ones that either you can see right here, SIDU does not trade options, 0. UFI trades options, but only 211 so far. And then here's the scan I will follow all the time is the normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break in brackets Pepe, and it's right here. Okay, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo right here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing, but I don't have them all up and running. This is the 10-day daily breakdown and the breakouts, okay? And they are right here. And I don't share my layout as such. Basically, the idea is that not everybody wants everything in my layout, so you can kind of pick and choose what scan you might like. I don't have the docked one, no. I really just look at those two top lists, really, Wolfhound, okay? Those two top lists, the pre-market actives up and down. I know I have, wow, look at the fusion, guys. So I really just look at the pre-market actives up and down. There's a part of me that says get rid of, I know what you're talking about, the two alert windows that for gap up and down, but they really show up in the pre-market actives up and down. All right, guys. Well, Fusion definitely still was a super active one. Now, this entry of 317 is way late too. This should have this, because I was muddling around here. This should be in more like three. Oh, maybe not 316. Yeah, this is right there. Okay. Okay, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? And look at Saidu. Man, oh man, we can really find the movers, guys. Well, my scans are designed to find the movers. Okay, the ones that are really trading abnormally. Now, if you're not into that, if you want, stocks that are, the more high profile stocks like the Apples and the Microsofts and the Amazon, et cetera, of course, you can create scans to find them too, if they're trading a little abnormally, but I'm not into those at all because I don't find that they're going to give me the percentage moves that I want. But that's my style of trading. So in this particular scan, this alert window right there called Momo, let's take a look at what it's trying to do. Right click, configure, summary. So this is in English language what this scan is looking for. So there are a lot of screening programs you can buy, but we're great at creating scans that can show you real-time alerts, okay? Of course we can screen. This is the screening aspect of this scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is time sensitive. This is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal. Okay, that gives it the momentum. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So you can see right here, TANH at 10:38. It's 10:39 now. That's the last one that just met all the filter requirements at 10:38, and the real-time high, the new high of the day, was 107. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, of course, you can take it exactly the way it is. But some of you might want a different price range. Maybe you want a different volume. Maybe you don't care. One of these filters is in here. When you get used to using Trade Ideas, but it's up to you. This is what I like to see, but it doesn't have to be what you like to see. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time I'm going to click on search. Same thing. Do not get overwhelmed by all of the different real-time alerts that we've got. Starting off right at the hot, these are the two most popular ones, the new high of the day, new low of the day, but we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. If I scroll down here, these are the screening, the filters that we've got. So I only use a handful of them. I don't know what probably 90% of them do, or I don't care, for me, my style of trading. But obviously, there are all sorts of different styles of trading. So when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of our customers, those who wanted to create their own scans. Okay. But you don't have to learn them all. Don't think, oh my gosh, this program is so hard. How am I going to learn what the put call ratio is? I don't even know what that means. That's okay. Now, because I'm basically an intraday trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Abnormally in two ways: abnormal volume. So look at SIDU as an example. 98 times normal volume up to this time of day. Remember, this is time of day sensitive. So at 10:41 Eastern time, I think we use a baseline of about 30 days, checking out the volume at 10:41 every day. There are other factors, so please don't go over the last 30 days and say, wait a minute, that's not 98 times. Okay. And believe it or not, we have people that do that. They nitpick it to death. So just accept it. Okay. High relative volume, 97. So that's one way to find stocks that are really trading abnormally, just looking at their volume. And then another way I do it is by looking at their option volume. I don't trade options, but in combination with high relative volume. Now, in this particular case, you can see in my single stock window, option volume today is 0. That means it's probably not optionable. Okay. In fact, you can almost rest assured it is not optionable because, with the activity in it, if it did trade options, certainly it would be trading. But obviously, some stocks are just not optionable. So finding abnormal option activity along with high relative volume can really lead me to those stocks that are trading abnormally. And what I do here in this abnormal option activity scan is it has to be a minimum of 500 contracts. That's why this one is less than 500. So this will pick up the ones that are less than 500. Sometimes, nothing, no trading options at all, or very little, 26 RMTI, very, very little. But this has to be at least 500 contracts to meet one of the filter requirements. And also that has to represent at least 1.5 times normal, 150%. So if I look at BBAI, so it's traded 1,772 contracts right now. And that is 177% of normal, 1.7 times normal. So that's why there are obviously other filters in place here, but those are the option filters that have to be met. Now, again, I don't trade options, but it's just another way in combination with relative volume and abnormal option volume to really find stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, these are the option filters that we do have to show you what we do have. Again, we don't scan for options, okay? We only scan stocks, US stocks. So these are the option filters that we do have. So we have the put-call ratio, some of the obvious ones, the put-call ratio, option volume today, the put and call volume today. This option volume refers to the average number of contracts. I think it's over 10 days. It could be 14, could be 30. And then this option volume today percent, that is what gives it the kind of the kick. Because if I say a stock has traded on average 5,000 contracts a day, and I use this filter, this option volume today filter, and I put, say, 300%, 3 times normal, ratio of 300%. So that stock that's traded 5,000 contracts on average, for you to see that today would have to be 15,000, 3 times, as an example. Okay, so those are the option filters that we have, but again, we don't scan for options. Meanwhile, SIDU going ballistic. It's interesting too. I'm going to check the float on this, but that's 89 million in the float. That is a pretty big float. I want to check another source because that is a pretty big float for a stock to be up 176%. So I'm just going to check another site that I go to. Yeah. So they must have done a reverse split. Yeah, so the float is really, I mean, it's about 700, well, what did I say? 780,000? Yeah, 780,000. So very, very low float. We're trying to get our provider. I mean, I just been ticked off with our provider here because that, that it's almost impossible for a stock to be up 176% with 89 million in the float. It's almost impossible. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. Yeah, again, listen, it's sometimes it's very hard to get a handle on the true float on these ones that are on many reverse splits. All I'm looking at though is, we don't want to be a magnitude. I mean, 89 million, whether it's 700,000, whether it's 900,000, you know, I don't think it's 10.4 million. I trust that website that we go to, that what it's called, float dilution or something like that. I trust that website a lot. I'm not saying it's infallible, but it's not 89 million. So, if it were 500,000, a million, even 2 million, okay. Again, it's very difficult to get a handle on a float sometimes when a stock has done several reverse splits. Depends what you mean by a breakout coffee. What is a breakout? Like what's your definition of a breakout? Well, look at Yalla now, guys. Yalla, Yalla, Yalla. Remember this one? We used to be. Well, there's your Saidu. Now, So there's no alert, okay? The position in the range, as we talked about yesterday, you can probably, why not just use a topless window, okay, and use that position and range filter, put a minimum of 95, a max of 99, and it'll show you the ones that are very close. And then you can kind of look at them and say, wow, it hasn't quite broken out yet, but now I know about it. Maybe put a price alert on the chart. Okay, but we don't have an alert that breaks the 10-day, okay, the 10-day, excuse me, the 10-day high or the 20-day high. Sometimes using a top list like that is even maybe more powerful though, Coffee, because it is showing you stocks that could be setting up for the break before the break happens, okay? Yeah, I'll give it to you, Hedgefair. Question is, what is the link to that website? Yeah, I can give it to you. This is what I use for the stocks that are very low float, okay, and really checking. Oh, sorry, Wavelab. You're talking about NIO. So resistance maybe for NIO. Now, they had some interesting news yesterday, I guess, or was it the day before? Well, again, all I do is just look left. Now, so I'm looking left on a weekly chart. I don't see anything on the daily chart. It looks like it's trying to hold the 200-day moving average, NIO at 918, so it's above that. You look left on the weekly chart, what do you see? 1046. Could that be resistance? I don't know, but it looks like it has some room to move. And the China stocks are still, well, let's actually take a look at the China stocks. How is KWEB doing? Has it faded at all, or is it still hanging in there? Yeah, I mean, KWEB is still doing great. So, most of the China stocks are probably going to do pretty well today. Okay. And by the way, you don't have to worry about interrupting me, Coffee, or anybody else. This room is called a trading room and support room, okay? So you can ask me questions all day long. Don't be shy, okay? Ask questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that requires my 100% concentration, I will let you know. Meanwhile, look at this Fusion go, guys, FUSN. That's been a multiple day runner. Yeah, I think this one is a crazy one. This Z, it's tough. It's always a tough symbol to say. Z, yeah. I mean, if you're looking for news, you won't find any. More than likely, you will not find any. Yeah, it's a stupid one. Great if you're in it and in it at 150 and it's at 233, but I mean, 1.4 million in the float for a $233 stock is, crazy. Well, again, it depends on what you think resistance is, Wavelab. All I do is look left. I know it's a broken record. All I do is look left. So if I can't see it on the daily chart, I'll look left on the weekly and 243. So it's at 253 now. The next high in the weekly is 263. I don't know. Could that be resistance? I don't know. But that is the next high on the weekly chart for Tilray. This may not be, listen, this is what I do. Okay. And I'm not just talking to you, Wavelab. This is what I do. Okay. Others may have a completely different idea of looking at resistance or support. They might have some moving averages they're looking at. Maybe they're looking at a channel. Maybe they've got pivot points, fibs, and all that. The very simple way, I just take a look left. If I like what I see, I take the trade. If I don't, I don't. So I don't want to sort of say, well, yes, that is absolutely the resistance for Tilray. I mean, it could power right through that. The only thing about Tilray is got a huge float. So I mean, to make it move a lot, that's a pretty good move. 11% is a great move for 726 million in the float. Guys, I'm still waiting on this Chris CHRS. I'm wanting to get back in it. So look at EB as an example. Look at EB coming right into that 200-day moving average. Will that stall it? That's that blue line on the daily chart. The 200-day is 872. It's 871. That's the area of the 200-day moving average. Will that stall it? Will that be resistance? No, I know MULN is on fire. Probably not optionable. Oh, it is optionable. But look at that though. So yeah, I mean, it's traded 3,000 contracts. Believe it or not, that's only 23% of normal, even though it's having a 28% day. That's a big float. I'm going to check that. Okay, I checked that float earlier, guys. They did a 1 for 100 reverse split. Okay, effective December 21st. Our provider does not have that. So this is really, anywhere between 3 to 4 million. 3 to 4 million in the float. Again, it's difficult for a stock with that amount in the float to go up, even 10%, let alone 28%. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, just divide 339 by 100 and you get, he's got 3.5 million, 3.3 million. It's just the magnitude is out. I mean, that's the obvious thing. The ratio is way out. Come on, Chris. Not you, Chris, if you're listening. Talking to Chris Varley. Chris, guys. All right. What do you think, Pepe? The thing is, when do you take profit? I'm not talking about the Chris here, but I mean just in general. Yeah, he's got room, exactly. Well, Chris has got room for sure. I think we looked left, and I think 370. I want to say 370 was the yeah, 373. Now, doesn't mean it's going to get there. Okay, it does not mean it's going to get there, but it's just that, at least you don't have to worry about some near-term chart resistance in the way. A lot of other reasons why it won't keep going up. Okay, but at least what I try to do is take one of the reasons why a stock may not continue to go up. I try to take chart resistance out of the equation. That's all I'm doing. And there is a high short, 20% short float, but it is a big float. I'm going to check. I'm going to check that float too. Yeah, so that float is probably correct. When the float is not low, this is sort of what you get, what it says, dilution may not matter for this one. Okay, so you don't get the float information typically. Here's the market cap, but you don't get the float information unless it's somewhere else. I'd love to be telling our company use this site, but we need to have all the float information. Anybody alerts on ETFs? Well, you mean like if it hits a all right, let's take a look at that one. ETF runners. Okay, so let's see what you got here. Configure. Well, you certainly got enough. I don't recommend this, but okay. I don't. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think ETFs have market caps. Yeah, so well, that's not an ETF though. Well, first of all, when you say an ETF runner, what do you mean? I don't see where you're, unless you've got a symbol list. Do you have a symbol list of ETFs? Is that what it is? Because it doesn't, if you do have a symbol list of ETFs, I don't see them. Okay. When you copy something and it's got a symbol list in it, I won't see it. Yeah, so I don't have, but let me put an ETF in here just for fun, okay? How about XLE? Okay, USO. Okay, I'll put that in. Now, assuming, oh, it's all good now? When you took out the market cap? Yeah, okay. Yeah, because ETFs are, yeah, they're not stocks, so they don't have floats, they don't have market caps, they don't. Okay, so we're good? Okay, well, so that float, usually when the float is high, our provider is going to be about the same. So yeah, 106 million. Is it hard to put the EMA 3 and 8 on a chart? No, it is not hard. So let me show you how you can do it. For instance, that orange line you see in my 15-minute chart is the 8 EMA, okay? that orange line. But have you put any, let me get a new chart. So all you do, let me get Chris up here. Okay, doesn't matter the time frame, but I'll put do it on a 5-minute chart. Doesn't really matter the time frame. So all you do is right click. Now, indicators. So right click on the chart, click on indicators. So you want EMAs, okay? So scroll down until you see there's the moving average EMA, okay? Pick the period you want. So you want the 3-minute, okay? And typically you want it in the chart area, right? You don't want to have it in a new area. Typically that's what people do, right? They want it, but it's up to you. So you see where it says chart area. You can pick the color. There, I see I have a blue one right there. So let me pick another color. I'll pick orange. Oops, say okay. So I picked orange. I'll do it again if I'm doing it too fast, but now I say okay and add it. And hard to see, but there is that little line there. There's the orange line right there. That is the three EMA 3 on a 5-minute chart. And so you want so I think you understand now. So if you want the 8, you just do it again. Just type in 8. Change the color, more than likely, right? So all you do is modify the color, and set the color, modify, and then set the color, and then the palette comes up. Pick whatever color you want. Say okay, and then you're set to go. Okay, great. Now here's a trick. Also, if you want those EMAs on all the charts you've got, doesn't matter the 5 or the 15 or the daily or whatever, what you can do is something like this, is click on new and then your chart window. Oops, no, it's not that. Okay, so if I want this is my volume bar. Okay, this is the colors I like. If I wanted the same indicators on every chart, so you put them on the chart and then you just right click and you save that chart as a default chart. So every time you open a chart, all the indicators that you want to see on every single time frame, they'll be there. Another simple way to do it is just duplicate your chart. Okay, so if you've got a chart set up the way you want it and you want another chart, another time frame, you just right click and duplicate the chart. Okay, we'll do it here because it's going to look at it. Where's retired Fido? Thank you, retired Fido. Where are you? You still in the room? In the YouTube room? Got to give some kudos to retired Fido in the YouTube room because he asked me about CHRS when it was right around here. He asked me my opinion of it, and I know I probably sound like a real negative guy. Every time people ask me opinions about things, I go, "Well, I don't like it because of the resistance, is this and that." But this was such an obvious one that you could tell if it could break out over that high of yesterday, and then you look left and had all that room. You know what, guys? We're in that same similar day from yesterday. Compared to yesterday with the SPY. Huge topping tails, big bottoming tails, big topping tails, chop up, up, down, up, down, up, down. Very similar day to yesterday. Oh, okay. SNES. I think Shady probably talked about this one. Lots happening, guys. Our Hulse resumes is going crazy. Well, here's another one. I mean, if I didn't see this one earlier, but obviously breaking out above that high back here, which was $1.17 today, and then you look left, and the next high is a little over 2. So that's another one, a little bit like the CHRS, when you've got the room that a stock could keep moving. So again, what I'm doing, guys, I'm taking everything in the simulator that is showing up here. Now, of course, I did take the CHRS earlier than this because okay, this is what we've done. Now, you can do the same thing if you want. You notice that this is the Pepe combo reverse relative volume of 6. In this scan right here, the relative volume is 8. So we looked at this. Pepe said, well, what if we reduce it to 6? What would be the big difference? Would there be like a massive difference? In other words, what we don't want to get is inundated with a lot of stocks that we don't want to see. You can see right off the bat exactly the same stocks. However, look where CHRS alerted to was at 306. That was because it was at the relative volume. It just was at relative volume of 6. It didn't hit relative volume of 8 until 316. Hopefully, I'm not confusing anybody. Whereas the other ones, AmpX, you can see relative volume was 14.2, well over 6, and also here, well over 8. So that's why these will be alerted at the same price. Fusion would be at the same price because it's well over 6 and 8 in both cases. So it's up to you, In this case, certainly we would have had the alert a little bit earlier. So look, I mean, here, very minor investments. Okay. I mean, 300 shares, $1,800 approximately, $2,000, and say $1,000. So a total of 1,000, whatever I said. So even if you have a small account, now up $232. This is in the simulator. And there is the, now MBOT is showing up also, okay? Now why it is just, so the 10-day high was fine. Just looking, I'm trying to find out why it didn't show up earlier. Well, in keeping with what I'm doing, I'll take 300 shares of this. Again, all in the simulator. Now, would I normally, let's see, I mean, 219, 218. You can see right there on the daily chart, on the weekly chart, and that red line that we see on the weekly chart is actually the next high looking left on the daily. If I expanded this out on the daily chart, I would see, I would see that red line. What should I learn about stocks close to a 52-week high? I don't know, Peter. I mean, stock's close to a 52-week high. I mean, obviously pretty strong, but you also have to look where is there resistance? Look left on a weekly and a daily chart, even a monthly chart. Check to see where the 200-day moving average is. I mean, there's no hard and fast rule that says, a stock that's near the 52-week high, you should take it or not take it. I mean, so there's nothing magical about a stock at the 52-week high in that, okay, if it's at the 52-week high, I'll take the stock. It's like anything else. You click on the alert and you start checking, check left on the daily, check left on the weekly. You might have to check left on the monthly, check to see where the next resistance is, potential, what the next high is. Check to see where that 200-day moving average is. Maybe it's not going to be in play. Stock that is a 52-week high is probably well above the 200-day moving average, but you never know. So give me an example of one, Peter. Do you have one? Peter, do you have an example of a stock that's near the 52-week high? We'll just take a look at it. Boy, there's some big flushes in the now in some of the crypto plays. I see Any is finally dropping fairly. How's Mara doing? Now, I'm looking also at the 200-day moving average for Ampex, okay? And it's right there. So typically, I would probably get out at least half that trade. Okay? Because that 200-day moving average is at 609, just a little bit above it, and that could block it. Is there a specific formula for missing symbols check like a single separate board? Not sure I know what you mean. You mean a stock that you thought should have shown up in a scan and it's not? And you're referring to that as being missing? Well, you're welcome, Peter. I thought you were going to give me a stock though, so we could analyze it. Just a stock, just to see. So, Coffee, I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you talking about a symbol that you think is missing from a scan, and why? Because I know we talked about that yesterday or the day before, and I thought Pepe gave you that or told you to do this, the missing symbol check. Okay, take a look at SSNT. SSNT. Yeah, so it's a 2-year high. Now this is also a lifetime high. So I mean this is not only is it a 1-year high, this is a lifetime high. Where it's going. I mean I remember this day. Now, is this really, because you have to look at the float, 1.24 million in the float. That means it's done a reverse split or several in the past. So that may not be a great example because I really can't tell whether or not this is truly a stock that or has it done reverse splits? Let me just check on the weekly. But anyway, let's pretend it is, okay? Let's say this is correct. It is a lifetime high also, not just a year high. Well, at this point, I mean, you don't know what's going to happen. There's obviously there's no resistance chart wise. It's pretty extended on the daily. Today, if it got above 1623, it's possible because there are the two little highs up here. A specific board for it. But isn't the idea for you to be able to check the scan you've got and find out, well, why didn't this stock show up? So how could we have unless you check the individual scan by doing, I'm not 100% sure I know how. I would say right off the bat, no, okay? But unless you check your individual scan, because it's going to be looking at the filters you've got and to check to see, well, why didn't this stock show up? I mean, how could it be an alert? I mean, maybe I'm just not understanding. Thank you, Pepe. It's impossible. It's impossible. You're going to have to, I mean, usually, I mean, people look at a scan and say, well, wait a minute, how come this stock didn't show up? If you're asking, well, why didn't this stock show up in any one of my scans? I think maybe, is that what you're trying to, then yeah, that's impossible. You have to look at the individual scan. Or coffee, and I'm not trying to be mean, maybe say to yourself, you know what? Okay, first of all, if you're getting alerts in a scan, and every now and then you don't get one and you think you should, I mean, you can always adjust the filters, yes, and you'll be able to pick up any stock you want, okay? But, if your scan is working fairly well in terms of the number of alerts you're getting, and you're just ticked off because, one didn't show up. And then by reducing, by a filter value or something, yeah, maybe that one will show up, but maybe you're going to get 20 others you don't want to see. There's always the give and take, when we create the scans. You can create a scan that I'll guarantee, that will catch every single stock that you want, but you might get inundated with alerts. Are you a premium subscriber, Coffee? Or do you just have our standard service? Or you can just disregard it and move on. First of all, you have to have, if you're going to do you use the back tester, you have to have our premium service. I mean, I freely admit, I mean, if something doesn't show up for me, unless it's, all day long, I'm not getting things, and I'm seeing people are posting stocks in the room, and I'm not seeing them on any one of my scans, okay, but I don't typically worry that much about it. But Coffee, if you're not a premium subscriber, you don't have access to the backtester, okay? No, when I was saying dumb, I mean there's no reason for this one to be up whenever, well, that day, a few days ago, got up to $510. There's no reason for it. All right, Chris, where are you, retired Fido? I mean, this was one of the better ones I've seen in a while, guys. Seriously. I mean, because of the room it had. Sometimes I get a little frustrated every time I get an alert and I look left and I see, man, the next high is pretty close. I don't want to take the trade. But boy, this is okay. I am going to get rid of that one now, this one now. Because, the 200-day moving average is just a little bit above it. And I think that might might stall it. It already has stalled it seems. So this distance from the exit price, this is going to tell me. So these two columns, okay, the max P&L and the today P&L. The max P&L will tell me, okay, if you had been able to get out when you had all your shares, how many shares did I have? 500 or 300 shares. If you had been able to get out your 300 shares at the absolute top when you still had them, that's what you would have made, $118.97. So where I exited was 100, I made in the simulator $103. That's pretty good. I mean, nobody ever expects to get out right at the top penny. What you wouldn't want to see though is a max P&L of 118, and then when you got out, you're up $25. Okay, as an example. The distance from the exit price is also good to keep an eye on, because now that's telling me, because I went long on this stock, what I want to see is a nice big negative number here, because this is going to tell me, okay, where I got out of the stock, this is obviously a moving number. It's 13 cents underneath where I got out. So you say, great, I got out maybe at a good time. So with the Fusion, for instance, okay, at one point I was up 126. I'm up, say, 100. That's not terrible. The Chris up 43, 30, up 30. Oh, sorry, I was up 43, up 33 now. This obviously I'm not going to worry about. I was up 3 cents, but it's coming back. So, this is a good way to keep an eye on how good are your exits. It's one thing to buy a stock, but where are you going to sell some? So this sounds like you've only got one monitor, right? And you're flipping between different types of programs other than Trade Ideas, 333. Is that correct? Because I don't, maybe Pepe knows, but I don't think there's a way to do that. See, I've got 3 monitors, so that's just not an issue for me. So I'm assuming you only have one monitor, and maybe you're clicking on another program, and then you're back to Trade Ideas. And is that what you mean? Oh, okay. Well, so you can arrange. So for instance, I've got my abnormal app. So you're saying, okay, what if I had my top list window down here? Okay. And you want it always to have it up here. Is that what you mean? As an example. Okay. So this is what you do. And you have a few monitors. Okay. So what you do is this. Designate one of your stocks, one of your monitors as your main monitor, okay? And put the toolbar up in the upper left-hand corner, okay? And then arrange all of your Trade Ideas, scans, charts, whatever they are, exactly where you want them on all your monitors. Exactly where you want them. So for instance, if you wanted this up here all the time, you'd put it up here. Okay, but just arrange all of your Trade Ideas, scans, windows, charts exactly where you want them. Then your next step is this. Click on the tools toolbar, and then click on options, and then click on layouts. And you see where it says loading layouts? If you check open relative to main window and then save it, when you exit Trade Ideas and then come back to Trade Ideas, all your windows will be, all your Trade Ideas windows, etc., will be in exactly the same spot. Did that make sense? I can go over it again if need be. So when I load Trade Ideas every single day, my windows are exactly the same position every single day. I have 3 monitors. Okay. See, that is something I don't know. Okay. I mean, I've got obviously I have my brokerage program on another monitor. I've got the trading room on another monitor. everything that I use is always visible. I'm not loading anything else, so I'm not sure. Okay, so that's what I thought. You cannot do it without a third-party application. So when I look at MBOT now, to me, it could stall around this 220 level. Okay. Guys, I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm not saying every day it's going to be like this, but I'm loving this. Took all these in the simulator. The only one I took, my live account, was the Chris. I took it initially, I got out flat, and then I took it again on that 310 break. As I was mentioning to people, I would be interested to get back in it. But what you're seeing here, as I said yesterday, now why didn't it work in the combo? All right. Man, I should know this. I just can't ever remember how to set. I know I put 100,000 K in here yesterday, but maybe I didn't save it. But how do I? Ah. I guess it's because I don't have the account tab. Again, that's the reason. Yeah, I don't have the account tab again. I had to. Oh, well, that's the reason. That's exactly the reason. Okay. I thought I put 100,000. I guess I put $100. So that's why I wasn't going to execute anything. Now, how do I change that? I wonder if I can. Okay, yeah, I guess I can't actually change it, so I'll delete it. Yeah, just like you're saying. All right. I think maybe I put 100K and it didn't take the K. Let's see. No, that's what it was. I think I put 100K, added it, thought it did it, or maybe. Okay. Now I got 1 million. What's going on? Okay. 100 123. Okay. Tomorrow. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I put it in, but I wanted to, I wanted to flip it into this combo account. But okay, it's just a matter of now keeping that accounts there. All right, guy. Wow, it's 11:42 already. So I'm just going to check to see if Steve is in our YouTube room. Whew, what a day. When I take my break. Okay, guys, it is Steve. Yes. Well, you were pretty industrious, Wolfhound. Yeah, well done on the Chris. All right, guys. So yeah, so Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes when I take my break. So this is pretty cool, guys, because if you had a pretty small account, and just taking these ones, I'm not saying it's going to work like this every single day. Oops. Give me a moment. Hmm. We've got a short now for Neil, but give me a moment here. The shorts have not been as interesting in my opinion, but so interesting. What I wanted to do was to check, okay, how much money would you have actually committed, okay, if you took what I took right there in the simulator, and it was basically $5,000 total, and up to 65. Now, there's, perhaps there's maybe some slippage and some commissions and all that if you have to pay commissions, but I guess what I'm trying to demonstrate is that it didn't take that much cash to actually be in these trades all at the same time. And the thing about this scan is that we don't usually get too many alerts. I would say I can't remember a day where we had more than 10. Most of the time it's around, five, 4 or 5. Now this is a short op. So I'm gonna see what I see on that one, the Neo. That's a short opportunity. So first thing I noticed, I wouldn't take the trade. Why wouldn't I? Look at the 200-day moving average. Okay, it's right there. That could be support. So that's one. So just because I get all the other ones, did not have that sort of resistance nearby that I took on the long side. So the first thing I see, Neo, yeah, I got the alert right there. So in brown, that's a potential to short it. But look at the 200-day moving average. That could easily be support. And like a lot of traders, if they were in this right now, if they were in it earlier, watching this come down here, they would probably start covering before it got to that 200-day. Some anyway. Because as Real always points out, it's an area. It's not just hard. I mean, it's a hard number, yes, but look at it like the area. So as it gets close to that area, you could get some support. I think I'll exit the Chris too, and I'm going to exit the Fusion, and I'll keep the MBOT. So that would not have been a great exit, okay? To be up $126 and only get 43. So if I'm really, really paying attention, okay, I would, in a real account, I would never let this happen. The minute it got down to like 1021 on the low of that candle, I probably would have at least taken half out. And then if I'm watching this, get bigger and bigger as a red candle, I'm probably out of everything. Mm. Remember we saw up a lot. Whoops, just a minute. Excuse me. So remember we saw up and I was wondering if it would break 5. Well, it did. I am muted. Thanks you. Okay. Yeah, I'm just saying that, Monday to Friday, markets open 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders that head over to the YouTube room when I take my break. I think it's a good idea. I don't know when I muted myself. I'm sorry. So if I'm repeating myself, I do apologize, but we have 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube while I do take my break between 12 and 1. Steve and Andy and Michael Noss, certainly way more swing traders than I am. Jamie is way more of a scalper than I am. And Chris is sort of a hybrid. So I think it's a good idea. Head over, listen to different trading styles. And Steve and Andy to some extent, even Jamie, you want to talk macro. I don't talk macro ever. People ask me, where do I think crypto is going? Where do I think oil and gas is going? Where do I think this? I don't think like that. Okay, it's not that I'm totally unaware of what's happening, but I just don't think like that. Whereas those guys think a little more in the macro end of it. Yeah. So now for me in the fusion, what I'll do is I'll stick a price alert over that whole number of 10 and see if it takes it out later on in the day, comes back. No, they don't. But again, between 12 and 1, you can go in there and talk a little bit more about swing trading. I mean, there are swing traders in the room you're in, and you can always ask questions about swing trading, like what if you don't know, we do have a channel. If I click on new and then dock channel bar and then swing picks, if you don't know, we have that. And these are 5 different swing picks generated every week. If you check that channel, maybe Sunday night, but certainly Monday morning before the market opens, you'll see. And it's laid out. You have a little blurb about each one of them, a suggested entry and a stop. Okay. So if you're more interested in swing picks, you can take a look at this too. I don't, because I'm not. So this one, let's see ASTS, because a lot of them are more expensive than I want, and I'm just not prepared to hold stocks that long. A lot of these are, could be long. Now, typically, I think if Michael Noss has created this, I think he talks about getting into the stock sometime on Monday if it triggers. Okay, it has to trigger, and then getting out. I don't know if it's Monday morning, the following Monday morning, or Friday afternoon. And I just heard a little pop, so I think Steve is in our room. So, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Steve is in the YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute. So, in the main room, I'll see you guys in about an hour. And Mr. Gomez. Now,
And you should be sharing.
yeah.
Yes.
How are your duties at home going?
Oh, jeez. I'm learning how to blow dry women's hair.
Mm-hmm. How about putting socks on?
I haven't done that one yet.
Well, you're lucky you're in a climate you don't actually have to wear socks, I guess.
She's actually pretty tough. She's figuring it out on her own. I just do
Oh,
what she
man.
can't do for her, but it'll be
Okay.
a long year. We got it all set up for the ortho, but yeah, good times.
Yeah.
Anyway, what did I miss?
Anyway, I guess
Did
you
I
can
miss
take
anything?
over now.
Okay.
Okay, you've taken over. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll try to show up at about 5 2.
Okay. Yep. Got the
Okay.
meetings. Sounds good. Have
Okay.
fun
Bye.
vacuuming.
Okay. Bye.
Everybody, how's it going? It reminds me. Yes, yes, yes. My charts will slow down when I start to broadcast. So I'm going to right click and turn off the browser charts just so I can get some snappier charts while we speak. You may have noticed when I came on, I had FSR. I'm in this one, kind of heavy here. And I'm in it kind of heavy because look at that short float, 45%, pretty big float, but still it's been pummeled down here. There's probably two ways to look at this. End of year tax selling, all the things that have just been on the books as negative. A lot of managers and fund managers will take off and they'll take their losses. They'll take their losses at the end of the year to help offset some of the gains they have. It's called tax loss selling. It happens every year. And what could really transpire is, towards the end of December as you start to head into January. So these types of charts always concern me a little bit, but I will say this, somebody typed in, I think it might have even been Barry, was looking at Mullen. Another, it's got earnings coming up too, but it's another automotive electric EV play and bad downtrend, but it's showing some life today, and it showed some life the other day over here. And I thought, maybe there'd be some sympathy in Fisker, which is also an electric car maker. So first things first. All right. See, I bought it down here. I started to notice it was approaching there. So I took some here and I think I took some there. And so now I'm back in the money. But the most important thing to me is the charts confirming the story that this intraday spike had to breathe. Here's the out breath. And it has found support, at least for the moment, at my rising 10 SMA here on the 15-minute chart. So I would like to see this at some point go challenge new highs. Maybe it'll do what we're speaking. So I'm going to move my price alert back to, I'm going to go 155. That'll be a brand new high by a penny. And if that price alert goes off, I'll be rather happy about that. All right. Okay, let me pay attention to the screen here. Hello, everybody. And by the way, the first announcement is always, if anybody's been sent here as a new user, in our emails as a reply saying, hey, come by the 12 o'clock Eastern support session, please, you're the ones that get priority. So you speak up first with a question or a request, and I'll get to you. But everybody else, hello there. Hello, Patrick. No, I'm not in HYMC. I am in BEAT, however. As you know, Patrick, you and I have discussed the story stock of BEAT, and this has been a good one. I sold 20% right there at the 200-day, and nobody's more surprised than I am to see this thing plow through it. I think this will become kind of a core holding for me, and I might even trade around it if it pulls back, which it will do eventually. Maybe you'll kind of get back into this area, reload some more. Hang on 1 second here. All right, multitasking at its finest. But no, did they do a reverse split? I mean, HYMC was under $1, if I recall, and so they must have done something there. But nonetheless, some of the I think AG looks really interesting, Patrick. AG's consolidating here kind of nicely. I was in CDE, but I grew impatient. I actually did a midday bail on my swing trade. That day should have held. Yesterday should have held. And then we bleed down through the midday. And as I look, we've come from $2 to almost $4. It's almost a double. I mean, what more do you want? You start to get in real thin air up here. You know, consolidations and bear flags work really well, but at some point they get a little tired and you can't just trust them as much as you want. So I got rid of that one. But I am watching these GDX plays, Patrick. They are seeming pretty solid. A little bit of consolidation today, but coming into this week, they've been pretty solid. Yeah, they're giving back some more here. All right, I think I'm caught up. Peter, hello. A different Peter, not Peter Smith, but Peter Katuliak. But the chart looks like that FSR never built something that moves. You are correct, Peter. For the moment, and now I like to use the Peter, I like to use the axiom that I created. Does the chart confirm the story? Well, my story is there's a lot of short floats in there, and Mullen and a couple other things started to run. I am definitely early. Here's another thing I didn't mention. This is this 130 moving average. It's a 5-day moving average. And as you can see, day 1, day 2, and day 3 today. This was just really hammering. Okay, so the personality of this stock showed us that the 5-day moving average had a pretty good hold on it. But then this breakout on volume. Okay, so is this the beginning of something? I don't know. I need it to get back to highs. I'm not just saying it just can't just settle right back in and become the crap stock that it has been. You are correct, Peter. This is not something I normally like to do. You know, it's just a goofy little play. Sometimes we all want to grab that quick winner and the short float, short squeeze. That can be fun because you can get quick moves during the day. You don't have to sit and be patient. The problem with sitting and being patient is you are so easy to talk yourself out of it. Everything starts changing, and before you know it, how you felt 20 minutes ago might change 20 minutes from now. 10-to-1 split. Yeah, that makes sense. But no, good point, Peter. It's a crap company. Obviously, the chart indicates that. But at 45%, you know, at some point, is this thing gonna scare the shorts? I don't know. It's kind of a lottery ticket trade, and I normally don't do these, and I don't necessarily recommend them. But I just wanted to pull it up and show you what I'm watching. And all I'm watching, I'm not getting married to the concept of it, the fact that it will go or it won't go. I'm just watching to see how it holds. So it broke above that. And that was why we had such a big green break. I think everybody and every machine saw the same clearing of that downside resistance, and it did so on pretty good volume. But this is where the rubber meets the road right here. The first pullback, the breath. Is it going to hold and be true and go back to highs and actually become something? Or is it just going to die on the vine again? If it dies on the vine again, you'll just see me get out for a flat, small paper cut. But at least I bought a lottery ticket. At least I tried. Yeah, good luck then. Thank you, Peter. That's how it goes. That's all what it is. It's luck. And all I can do is manage risk and deal with the issues that are at hand. I'm also in MindMed, a little better looking chart. It's above all its moving averages, kind of broken its downtrend. just consolidating here after breaking above the 200-day. I'm also in that one. I did buy some DWAC yesterday, and as a starter position, I like the way it's just kind of holding also, again, above its moving averages. I'm watching closely here to see that it stays above this 130, this 5-day moving average. I want to keep that intact if we can. But it seems to be kind of recovering from the nastiness. Big day here, big reversal, and it's just given some back. We'll see. Okay, I see a good question. Kailas, I just joined TI. How do I interpret earnings date? Perfect. 38.75 under earnings date. So our earnings dates, they have two values. They have 0.25 and 0.75. What 0.25 means is it's a morning AM earning, and what's 0.75 means it's a PM earning. So if you saw something that said 1.25 in earnings, that means it's in one day in the morning, the following day. If you saw 1.75 in the earnings data field, that means earnings is one day away in the afternoon. So that would be tomorrow. So a lot of times people like to play like that negative 1.25 or 1.75 and see stocks that are coming off. So it's the negative, like the T-minus countdown clock. So if you go to the earnings channel, we could do that right now. Just to demonstrate, we'll go new. I like to do docked channel bar so I don't ruin my layout. And if we have an earnings, which I thought we did, earnings calendar. So let's open up the scans here. It'll probably show you what I'm talking about. The scans on this channel are defaulted to races. So we're going to go show top list. Where do I see the top list? Open top list. Thank you. Now let's look at the configuration here. Earnings date. Perfect. So what this is saying is any stocks that were reported either yesterday morning to today, I believe, is kind of confusing. Earnings will be reported at exactly midnight this morning. Earnings will be reported no more. So this is the setting essentially showing you stocks coming off of earnings. They've already either had earnings or they're going to be having earnings. The easiest way to do that is to just select the stock and look at the detailed window. Earnings date is December 28th pre-market, which is today pre-market. So that's why it's showing up in the post-earnings date. So it's a weird, Kalias, it's a weird data point, but it's basically the days, and anything negative is going to mean it's behind us. Anything positive means it's coming up. But what I like to do is to keep an eye on my single stock window, and we have color-coded our earnings dates to make sure they're red and they jump out at you just in case you haven't seen them or you didn't catch the fact that it was opening up. See how FSR is holding up for me. Hey, so far so good. That's the pattern I want to see. That's the visual confirmation I want to see. Outside market hours. I can't read that because of the stupid heart icon. In both cases, I presume. Yes, they're always going to be outside hours. Rarely, Peter, rarely will they do earnings during market hours. That's usually going to be like a surprise drop. There's never a schedule that I've seen. There might be occasionally, but the majority of them are going to be post-market, especially your big caps. And then a good handful are also going to be pre-market as well. Some of the smaller names are more likely to be pre-market. Okay, so here's 153. We're a penny off highs here in this Fisker. I'd love to see a short squeeze again of 45%. Starting to realize that they did not lock in their profits down here. Every tick that goes against them is money that they didn't book, and that starts to become kind of an emotional play, if you will. We called them Bulgarian constraints in IT college. Yeah. Okay, looks like we're caught up in questions. So again, fire away if you're somebody who was sent here as a new user that needs some qualification or some help on building something. Oh, the CUAD, I've been watching it. Another one of those little plays, just like Fisker, right? See, if CAUD can do it at the end of the year here and buck the tax loss selling, maybe there's hope for Fisker. I don't know. We shall see. Okay, Kalias, he read the ebook. Okay, yeah, I contributed to that book, and the author mentioned one of the dead cat dying again. I think that might have been Andy. So the first thing I'll do is I'll look and see if it's actually in my cloud somehow. So I'll go to load from cloud. I'll use the keyword dead. Nothing. Now, also in that ebook, correct me if I'm wrong, was there not cloud links to those plans? I don't know, but let me ask the guys here. Let me ask some of them. It was called Dead Cat Dying Again. And see if anyone has any ideas on that one. There was no link in the ebook, huh? God, that there should have been cloud links for scams. I don't know why we didn't do that. I thought we did. Okay, getting some good questions coming in here. Good. Okay, hey Kevin, what do you think about FUSN? First thing I do is look at pharmaceuticals. Okay, then I look at the daily chart. Boy, it's already had a pretty good move, 50% move from 6 to 9, almost to 10. It just gave way the rising 10 SMA. And so it's been a pretty good behaving chart for the last couple days. Boom, boom, boom. Nice green morning, but this big red candle broke and it closed. The key word is being it's closed. The last two candles have closed and traded below this 10 SMA. So if this price cannot recapture 10 and get back above this 10 SMA, I would not want to see anything back below here, because anything below that line is probably just going to be a reversion to the mean back down to this 5-day moving average. There's a lot of space in here, and eventually that space gets cleared as people want to pay themselves and take the profits. So it's a good looking chart. Hopefully you've been in it, but this is the point at which I try to manage my winning trades over a couple days. Once they close definitively below this rising 10 SMA, that's my signal that momentum has likely died, and I'm better off just getting out and taking what profits I have at that moment. Okay. Lithium. Can I use the web interface to create a new layout? It seems to be disabled for some reason. You can create a new interface on the web, but if you have access to both, it might likely be easier to create the interface that you want on TI Pro first. And then what you do is you come in and you save it to your cloud. So we go saved cloud, and here's what you would do. Okay, you would click entire layout, and all the windows that you've made go into that cloud. You click save to cloud. And then when you go to the web, you do it in reverse order. You open up your web version and you load from cloud. And all the windows you made here in the TI Pro environment will translate into the web version. That's really the best advice I would have. Oh, you have a Mac, so you cannot use the desktop version. Okay, so let's, I mean, have you seen the documentation on using the web version? So if I go to Trade Ideas and I want to go to the web version, web access, this is likely what you're seeing. And then we've got our green ball, and now you've got either a default opening layout or what. But the concept of the web version is really to be mindful of this container window. This container window is very different, from the TI Pro. And let's say you really like this short squeeze. Well, I like this short squeeze. So I'm going to right click this and I'm going to say pop it out. Now I've kind of duplicated and I've popped it out. So any change, like if I go through here and let's go to pre-market, see what happened? Because I popped out the scan that I liked, when I changed channels to pre-market, that stayed. So I could say, hey, I like the up gappers. Let's pop out the up gappers. Swing picks. And so popping out is a real good feature to start with, that allows you to keep things outside the container window. Your question was, can I use the web to create a new layout? It seems disabled for you. It shouldn't seem disabled. If you click account, it should tell you you're connected and you should have a green ball in the corner here. If you're having problems connecting and you don't have a green ball and it doesn't say connected as on your web version, please go visit our live chat support and they can try and help you get logged in. Okay, hang on a second. I think we just may have found, let's click it. Let's open it. Copy link address. We'll open it here on the web version. Why not? New, load from cloud. This is dead cats dying again. Look at this. We killed 2 answers with 1 tool. Showed how to load something on the web, and we got the actual scan that somebody asked for. So what I need to do is I need to log into my other YouTube account so I can drop something in as an admin here for you. Hang on a second. Okay, here comes CloudLink. That is the requested dead cat dying again for whomever asked that. Okay, you're logged in for sure. Mytham, good. So I would say the best thing to do is to just, start going through our different channels that you find interesting, and you can pop out the windows that make sense to you. Pre-market movers, we can come in and pop that out. Pop that window out. Now we've got another window out. So we're slowly kind of building over here ideas, because that container window is only applicable to the channels. Now, if you wanted to build something from scratch, like, hey, I want to build a new alert window, okay, it comes in like that. We right click and we go to configure. Everything else is the same. We could start from scratch, or we can just start with the alert. Hey, new high. Okay, perfect. We'll use a new high. Our filters, these are the pre-made filters that come through. But the important thing is, you can search for anything. Maybe you're into Bollinger Bands, BOLL. Show all Bollinger Bands. Whoops, I'm sorry. Here we go. Bollinger Bands, positions in Bollinger Band, 5-minute, 15-minute, etc. So that's how you can kind of work your way around. If you have a scan in mind with them that you kind of want to build and you know what you want, but you're not quite sure how to do it, you're more than welcome to email us and ask us to kind of give you a head start or help, or I could try and do it here. But specifically, this is the nuts and bolts of the web version. You've got your container windows that are controlled over here. My new window, which is disabled. Okay, my new window, which is disabled, huh? It's possible. I don't know. I can't see your account, Mytham. I don't know if you completed the exchange agreements, which allows the live data to come to you after you've answered a couple questions. If that has not been done, then they'll point you in the right direction, and that could be the issue. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to minimize this. I'm going to show you what happened. Over here in my toolbar, we have a red ball. This is because I logged in on the web version. I need to bring the focus back to TI Pro. So I'm going to go account. It tells me another user has connected. I'm going to reset. For some reason, the second click does the job. All right, let me back up a little bit, Mitham. Hopefully that helps. Kalas, you got the dropped link there. That's good. Punit, thoughts on CYTK? Giant gap yesterday, holding its gap today. Obviously news, huh? Price target increase or whatever. I don't know, whatever the news was, I don't know, but it had some pretty good stuff going. You know, once the gap is open, it gets real sloppy, and I can already see, you know, this 5-day moving average is way down here. That's always a concern, but it's probably going to hold for the most part. It's just trying to hold 80. Seems to me like a numbers game here. 80 was resistance there. It was support here and support here. So I'm going to tell you what I see in CYTK is 80 is your pivot level. You don't want to get this thing closing below 80. And the closing prices are important. Okay, Steve H. When I open TI, always extends way to the right. You use multiple screens, but it's 1 1/4 wide. I don't know if you're using a container window. If not, I would do 2 things. First is tools and options. We're looking for the layout, and we want to make sure that I actually don't even have this checked. Open relative to main window, that's usually important. And what that means is, I'm going to save that. What that means is it's designating both windows. Like if I had my toolbar open on my second window, my layout is going to populate in the second window. So I'm thinking there might be something involved there, but I think step 1 is if you can resize, who was that? Steve H. If you can resize everything to the way you want it, then go into tools and options and try that checkbox there. Open relative to main window. Save that. Then when you exit the program, it's very important to save your layout as the default layout. And doing those few steps and overriding your current default layout, that might help. That's really the only suggestion I would have. I saw your comment, Peter. Teach me how I look at charts to say to myself that looks strong. Well, is it above all moving averages? That's probably the number one most simple thing I can say. I showed you earlier MindMed. It's been in a downtrend, but guess what? It's back above all moving averages. It's back above its 250 and 100, and excuse me, the 10. Anything above all moving averages is going to be strong. Now, I like this blue line here on the daily. That's my 50-day. And this is just what I would call a general bill of health. As long as the stock is trading back above the 50-day, it is generally in good health. Now, the slope is even starting to curl and turn up. I like slopes that are starting to turn up. So I'm a moving average guy, Peter. I like to see things above moving average. Andy keeps showing me something. I had a great example for this. Which one was it? Which one? PLTR. He's been trying to get PLTR to go. And this is what I see when I look at PLTR. It was kind of funny. I thought about it this morning. I don't see a strong stock. I see a stock that's 50-day moving average is just scaring the hell out of it. It can't get above it. I use SMA, Punit. Always use simple. What I see here is a giant basketball, and I see the moving averages as the palm dribbling the basketball. It just bounces right up into the palm of the basketball. You're underneath the moving averages. They are suppressing, they are putting a lid, they are keeping things tamped down. That to me is not a strong chart. Whatever Andy sees is up to him. But for me, I was pleasantly happy and surprised to see the stock that I like in general, the story stock, the psychedelic stock that replaces pharmaceuticals, MindMed, finally get back above and chew through all of its moving averages. Now we're in clean air again. We're just kind of hanging out. There's no moving averages above to be scared of. All there are pivot lines. And I'll probably lower this to $4 just because that's a round number, and I'd like to know what happens when it gets to 4. All right, let's back up and catch up, see if I thought anything, missed anything. Peter, just above the moving averages, that looks strong. Also, Peter, if you want to have a stock composite rating in your single stock window, anything above 75 or 80, I would consider strong. The stock composite rating, it gives you a number. Think of that like college student. That's like a C+ student. 80 would be ideal. Those are your B students. So 80 and above, you don't even have to look at that. The composite rating tells you it's good. It's solid. All right, let's catch up. David, what's going on? When I used to use the web version, I did notice that some days some menu items were disabled. It seemed random. Yeah, there could be a couple of issues that can claim the web. One of them being like ad blockers or antivirus type things. I'm not an expert on what all the different known workarounds are for the web, so that's why I really recommended sending that person to Live Help. How did I find the link, Calais? I have a Slack where I know that the people that I work with that also contributed to that book or were involved in that book might have had it in their cloud. So even though it wasn't in my cloud library database, it was in somebody else's. So all I did was ask. Sometimes that's what you got to do. So I'm glad you asked. Do I like to see volume confirmation? Yes, I like to see volume confirmation always. Let's go back to FSR because this is a volume confirmation move today. Now, the first thing I'm going to look at is relative volume. Ideally, we're not there. I need to see relative. I'd like to see relative volume here on this, at least 1.5, 1.6. I also use the volume 5-minute, which is percentages. So right now, FSR went to sleep on me. It's doing nothing. So the answer to your question is yes, I'd like to see not only volume, but I want to see some closing candles because it's so prevalent to see price action move up and through a level, a moving average, just to test it. And sometimes it fails and it pulls back and you're left with a topping wick. And that's just frustrating. So I like to see more so even than volume is just can the dang candle close and hold above without a fake out, a head fake, or a reversal. But volume certainly helps. Marvin, how can this program help identify uncommon options activity on a stop that infrequently experiences option? Okay, so I've got something, speaking of the cloud, let's go see if I can dig it up. I'm going to use the keyword options. Moving higher than with unusually strong options volume. Well, that looks rather interesting, doesn't it, Marvin? Let's open that up. Okay, now, more importantly, let's look at what it's doing. New highs, but the filters are going to have options. Options volume today, 300%. So that means that these stocks, compared to our database of normal options volume percentage, it's doing 3 times normal. Very powerful filter, and Barry uses this a lot. Options volume today, 2,000 contracts. So that's a contract version here. And this is basically just saying, we want to see something that's doing at least 2,000 contracts, minimum. And the volume today in shares for the stock. So this essentially is the keyword or the key filter, I should say, for those types of scans. Options volume today, popping in like a 300% minimum, is only going to show us stocks, regardless of what they're doing on the common. Let's check here. CHRS is having a nice day. How about that? So it's just confirming, look at that. It's had a good day and it's confirmed with unusually strong options volume. Good. I'm so glad that was the issue, Mitham, and not something else. So the menu works now. Wonderful. So hopefully some of the stuff I was showing you, go through and pop out some of those scans that you like. And don't forget to save your layout before you leave. So when you come back, things that you've done can be saved. And of course, anything that we have here can also translate into the cloud links. You can load cloud links on the web version and get the same exact scan. So Marvin, did that help? We don't have sweeps, we don't have expiration dates, we don't have front months and back months. All we really can do is monitor contract put and call activity and compare that to our database of baseline normal values. But that in itself can be powerful. All right, just catching up here. If you have time, can you help me set up one? I'm looking for a way to filter all the stocks that cross the 9 million volume with the volume and at least double. Okay, so let's work through this here. I'm going to do it on TI Pro, and then I can give you the actual working version. Quickly catch up. Wolfhound, yes, my liked list does start to get bloated. I do need to clean it out a little often, more often than not, but it's good enough for me. It's a preference. Okay, so let's work with Mitham. I'm going to work through this here. Can you help me? I'm looking for a way to filter stocks that cross a 9 million volume with the volume at least double to the 10. Okay, so 10 or 20-day average. We have a 10-day average, so we're going to use 10-day average. And here's how we're going to do it. We're going to do it pretty simple. We're going to need nothing more than a top list because there's no new high or new low. You just want a list of ideas. First thing we're going to do is you said volume today crossed the 9 million. Okay, so 9 million, that means volume today, 9 million shares. So we're going to have to put that in there. 9, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Volume today is at least 9 million shares. That satisfies that request. We're going to get rid of average daily volume. But what we're going to do is relative volume actually works on a 10-day trailing average. So that's how we're going to use our 10-day average. We're going to put a value of 2. If you'll notice, it's a ratio. Okay, it's not anything else but a ratio. Why is that highlighted? Weird. So I'm going to put 2, meaning relative volume is 2 times normal, a 10-day average, whereas today the volume has reached at least 9 million shares. And that's the only criteria. So we could say 9 mil, 2 times volume is the name of our strategy or our scan. Let's click OK and see how many stocks satisfy that. I mean, not bad. You don't have too many, you don't have too little. If I double click, we'll find out what it's colorized. Okay, so we're colorized by change from the close. So I'm going to sort that for you. Over here shows you the actual relative volumes. Some of these are off the chart. Volume today in percent. I don't know if I want that. Let me make sure I have volume today in shares, not percent. Yeah, volume today is 9 million shares. So all those stocks have done at least 9 million shares, and we can clarify that by clicking through 18 million, 44 million, 42 million, 10 million. So that's a pretty basic start. If you don't want to see these columns, position and range, some of these columns are kind of, they don't really do it for me. So I'm going to get rid of position and range, and I'll just leave the rest for you. So the scan will look something like this. That volume today is just like showing you how many times it's turning over its normal volume. Okay, so now from here, I'm going to save and share the scan, copy. Go to my other YouTube account here and drop this in. And this is 9 mil, 2 times volume. So the way in which you'll load that, Mitham, is just right click on the actual link, right click and say copy link address. And then when you go into load from cloud, you'll load that link address and click the load button. And then don't forget to save your layout once you've loaded that scan. So the scan will always be there for you when you come back. And of course, that's just a starting point. You can build from there. Yeah. Hey, you know, Marvin, sometimes stocks will rev up their engines on the volume put and call before the actual stock goes. So I see your wisdom there. Let's check into my lottery ticket, Fisker. What's Fisker doing? It's hanging in there. It's climbing my wall of worry, my 10 SMA. That's why I use this. It's just that simple. I use this one, the 5-day, and I use this one, the 10 SMA, the 10 candle. That's it. That's all I use. That's exactly what I want to see right there for now. I don't want to jinx it. All right. Looks like we're caught up. Anybody have any other directions they want to take us? Anything else that we need? I'll be here for another 10 minutes, it looks like. Voss, what do you think about FHN? Let's take a look. First Horizon, commercial banking. It doesn't matter what I think about banking. It matters what the chart is telling me. And the chart is pretty buoyant. I mean, look at some of these hurdles it had to overcome. It held its 20-day, got kind of hung up at the 200-day, but then it used the 200-day as support. So the 200-day moving average became a pivot level. And then as the 10 SMA came up, look at that. It held that green day, and the 10 SMA has taken over, and it's been holding up ever since. So it's strong. As long as it stays strong, it's likely to come up here and test this prior high. Intraday, if we move over to intraday, it's also strong on the intraday. It has not put one closing candle below. So it might be on just a march up here to close, or at least test, excuse me, this level back there, which happens to be about 1450. So what I would do is I would say I'll put 1450 in there, and I would just mark it up and put in a price alert, and it'll alert you when it gets there. Would you recommend capping a change in percent to filter out parabolic movers? Yeah, you could say, Marvin, here is a filter you could use. Okay, it's called the change. I'm going to say 5-day. Change in 5 days. Okay, it's not many, but we're looking at the percent change over 5 days. And if you say, I don't want to see parabolic items, say, cap the sucker, cap it at 5%, cap it at 7%. Something parabolic would read like a 5-day change of, 80%, 90%. So you can experiment. Maybe I'm way off, or maybe 10% is the max you want to see, but that's the filter, Marvin, that you would want. You're consolidating only the last 5 days and just saying, I want to keep a lid on the last 5-day prices. So you could add that to your options volume, as we were talking about, kind of something that hasn't gone yet. So I don't know what the number is, but you experiment with that number, then pull up a history, look at the stocks in those histories, look at the charts, and see if that's visually kind of what you're looking for. Then you can adjust that max value accordingly. All right. Looks like we're caught up, which is good. What's the general market doing? We got one more day left in the year. XLF, yeah, I mean, pretty bullish. That XLF chart looks exactly like the FHN chart, doesn't it? So again, there's another VAS, there's another way to look at your trade, is to make sure as long as the XLF is strong, you should remain strong, or at least feeling confident and strong in the FHN trade. XLF looks like it's near the top of my sectors for sure. KBE, the regional banks, also strong, looks very similar. So we're going to end the year with the banks going out on a bang. I'm real curious to see what happens in the first of the year, because there is so much press change and rearrange that happens on portfolio models that get executed and deployed in January in the first week. It's going to be interesting. Whatever easy, nice bid, fluid, bullish action that we've had to buy the dip, no big deal. That could easily turn volatile in early January. I'm not predicting it. I'm just saying it can happen. So I don't want to go into the new year with a giant portfolio. I'd rather go in with some profits and some core holdings and just kind of see what happens. What do you think of the US dollar? I don't like it. I think it's on the way out. I think it's garbage. I think it's worth 3% of what it was worth in 1913. I think they've screwed us all. I think fiat is an absolute Ponzi scheme. It's a joke. The central banks can create money out of thin air and then lend it to us at interest. It's criminal. And I fully support the BRICS. And I'm bullish gold. I'm bullish silver. I'm bullish certain cryptos. I'm not a fan of the dollar. They've ruined it. All it's going to take is a few more countries to start agreeing to BRICS and buying oil in other currencies. I mean, that's one of the reasons gold is strong. I mean, gold is back above right at 2000 again. People at the dinner tables over the week were talking about it. Okay, I mean, when it starts, that's when people start buying again, is when they get nervous and it's being discussed. I don't know, how can XLF go, Bedell? You're asking, that's a whole nother bag of questions, Sahid. Nothing makes sense right now. There is so much decoupling. It's an absolute clown world, and I'm trying to make sense of it, but it's really hard. Take everything that we used to know and learn, and you just throw it out the window because everything is really decoupled right now. I don't get it. There's theories. You could take the theories that I have about banks trying to keep the dollar strong by way of creating synthetic shorts in the comics market for silver and gold, kind of like the central banks do with fiat currency, and they just create it out of thin air, dump it onto the market, things that you and I can't do. So yeah, that's how I feel about the US dollar. I am not bullish. They've ruined it. And I fully support the BRIC nations. I don't know, does that make me unpatriotic or just a realist?
I don't know, but you scared the heck out of me.
Well, you're in Canada.
I'm
You
in
got the
Canada, listen.
loony. I'm kidding.
The loony and the toonie, as we
Doesn't our
call them.
government control the banks and the dollar? No, our governments don't control the banks and the dollar. The central banks, which is non-government. It's a shady, nebulous entity.
Mm.
So another rabbit hole.
Wow, we're going dark now. Dark.
Pepe, well
I
said.
told the guys that, I don't look at macros at all. I don't, and I said, well, Steve
I
probably
try
looks
not
at
to.
more the macro environment of things a lot more than I do. And there you have it, folks.
I try not to let it affect me. Things like that will make me sit in silver for too long and have to slap
Mm,
myself and say, "Hey, the chart is disagreeing with your theory. You better get out of silver and start trading again." I had to do that.
right.
My 401k high, my 401k is on highs. I've been doing a lot of trading. I got out of some of that stubborn holding stuff, and I've been playing a lot more just in and out, in and out.
You
To
you mean you
me,
mean day trading? You mean sort of
day
day
well,
trading? What do
I
you
have
mean?
done some day trading, but usually the day traders are going to hold some overnight.
Right. Okay.
But I'm a couple here day, a couple days here, a couple days there.
Yeah.
Um, but the point is yeah, if I get too dogmatic in my global vision, it can affect my short term time
Hmm.
frame. So I have to
Of
let the
course.
chart tell me what's going on, not what I think is going on. Speaking of like that, there's that FSR we were talking about. No, no, it's flirting.
Oh,
What do we got?
yeah, that's your tennis. That's your magic 10 SMA on the
That's my
15.
magic 10 SMA. And look at the 5 day. See, I was showing them the 5 day
Hmm.
resistance, resistance,
Hmm.
resistance. And is this the beginning of a short squeeze? Here's the first pullback breath. Is the
Hmm.
breath is holding and the stock is still breathing correctly. So I got to stay in it until it doesn't.
So what'll happen? So it has to close below today and close below today that you'll get out?
I want to stay in this thing all the way through tomorrow, but I need it to stay above this rising 10 SMA, which means it's going to have to challenge highs here at some point today. If this thing rolls over and just starts bleeding and closing below, I'm going to probably just get out and say it's
Yeah.
got nothing behind it. I would like to think that that move right there would be a short enough to scare the shorts out.
Hmm.
But again, I had the whole discussion of tax loss selling. We've got 1 day left in the year. There's a heavy, heavy hand probably trying to sell this thing for tax loss offsets. And so it's a lottery ticket. If it works, it works.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, it won't hurt. That's all.
Well, Steve, you can go on. I'm going to answer Ganny. He's asking about, we don't have 90, we don't have the 90 MA at all, Ganny. Okay. So you cannot do that. We don't have the
Oh,
90 MA. We have SMAs, but we don't have EMAs at all.
yeah,
Number
they're
one.
they're close enough in my book, but I hear you. All right, Barry, thanks. I'll see you later.
Okay, listen, Happy New Year. I know you're
Bye.
not going to go
Yeah.
dancing, but
No. Happy New
Happy
Year.
New Year.
All right.
Okay, Steve, we'll see you next
See
year.
ya.
Okay,
Bye
bye-bye.
bye.
Okay, guys, let me just get and regain the screen and get my music going again. And just give me a moment, Yanni. I'll just have to get a couple things rolling in the other room. Okay, guys, so now I'm back in both rooms. Get rid of my announcement. Okay, so I don't even think, well, we might have the 8 yet. I'll tell you what we do have. I don't know if we have the 8 SMA, but let me do a check. Okay, so these are the formula editor data points. Okay, I want to see if we have the 8 on here. Okay, so we don't. We have the 2, we have the 20. Now, are you talking about intraday or on the daily chart? You're talking about on a 5-minute chart? Yeah, okay, we don't have the values. I see what you're trying to do on an intraday chart, right? Yeah, we don't have the values intraday. Yeah. And there's no way you can create it. Sorry. I'll go to the other data points that we've got. Yeah, we don't have the want to make sure. Yeah. Yeah, so we do have the filter that changed from the, you're looking for the, no, there's no workaround. No workaround. If you're looking for the like the 5-minute, you're looking for the price to cross the that moving average on the 5-minute chart. No, there's no workaround. Sorry. The crosses that we have are moving average crosses. We don't have price action crosses other than on the daily, the 250 and I think the 10 or maybe the 20. Sorry. So Sahid, that would be a question for for Steve. I don't get into it at all. I mean, I don't, he says the dollar's garbage. He's this and that. I mean, that might be, but I don't think like that. But that's okay. Now, Marvin, are you still around? You're asking a question about options. I saw. So guys, this is a good exercise right there. So you see my max P&L, here's my max P&L column. And this is what I actually did. I got out of everything now. This is in the simulator. Good idea to take your max P&L, total it up, and check to see what you actually did. Now, nobody is going to say that you could get out right at the absolute top, but you'd like to think, like, first of all, obviously paying way more attention. You wouldn't normally let $126 turn into 43. 118 to 102, that's okay. 43, you're not up that much anyway. And this one, even that one, I don't think you'd want to see 40 turning into a loss of 53. You probably maybe I would have got out, if I'm really following this, would have got out for break even. Okay, but good exercise though to take your max P&L and compare it to what you did. So your question seemed to be though that a stock that's having a normal option activity today. Michael, are you talking to me? Steve. I'm not in FSR. I'm not in silver. Steve is gone. Okay. Steve has left the building. Okay. So Steve was talking about FSR, not me. But if you're trying to see a stock that is trading abnormal option activity today but hasn't moved, probably you're not going to see too many like that, right? I mean, if it's trading abnormal option activity, normally you will see the price increasing, the relative volume is increasing, and all that. Normally. Now, I'm not saying that that's 100%. You might see some, maybe that's all you can do though is create maybe, I don't know, a top list, put in a stock that is, or put in your parameters, maybe a minimum option volume, and then whatever you want to put in, 200%, 300%, so 2 or 3 times normal, and then restrict the change from the close to say, I don't know, 1 or 2%, and just see if you're finding you could be looking at a stock that lots of option activity right today, but the stock isn't moving, and then you can think to yourself, I wonder why. And maybe that is something, maybe that's a clue that it will move in the future. I'm not saying it is, but you can always try something like that if that makes sense. I know Steve was talking about a 5 day, but it depends what you're looking for. I mean, if you're just looking for, a stock today having abnormal option activity but isn't moving, that's what I would do. But there may not be very many. If I look at all these stocks here with abnormal option activity, depends what I mean, there's WULF is up 7%. The relative volume is 4.8. So it's trading abnormally volume, not just option volume. And now the market's doing this. So this is just like yesterday, guys. We are in just exactly like what was happening yesterday. There might have been a bond. I didn't think there was a bond auction today. Or bad auction. Okay, so there was bond. So the 7-year bond auction. So the bond auction. Okay, so that's what happened. 7-year bond auction. Obviously, market didn't like it. Well, that is, I think Steve said 10. I thought that the option. I don't know what the baseline is. Okay, let me see if I don't know what the baseline is. I've always thought it was 14 days. Okay. Let me just throw that out. Chris might have a better idea if he's around today. I know he's feeling a little under the weather, so I don't know if he's around. Give me a moment. So I'm just trying to think. I don't think it's 30 days though. Okay. So there's no way to do a 30-day. I don't think it's a 30-day. Yeah, it just looks dramatic on the it just looks dramatic on the chart, that's all. You know, when you see a big red bar or a big green bar, you know, we see them all the time. But this is just like yesterday, almost exactly like yesterday. So I can absolutely say, well, I'm just waiting for Chris to answer. I'm not sure that there's not going, it'll almost for sure not be the 30-day average for options. Okay. At best, it's probably the 14. Just waiting for an answer. Guy, I'm sorry. I'm just, he's trying to answer me right now, Marvin. Yeah, it looks like it's only 10. So Marvin, we just don't have anything, a comparison 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. We just don't have. Chris is saying 10 days. Okay. That's what I've been saying. I was wrong about relative volume though. Relative volume is over 30 days, but the option volume is the average over 10. How would you make columns to see an easy comparison for today's, you know, I hate this heart, this heart in Yahoo or in YouTube. It covers up. Okay, easy comparison for today's against all historical data points. Yeah, we can't do it. We can't do it at all. The reason being is that we don't have option data. You know, yesterday or 5 days ago or 10 days ago, we don't have those data points. You want to make a a future request. Look at the market has come right back now, come right back up, but we don't have those data points. At least I don't think so. Let me. I'm almost sure we don't. Being an intraday trader for me, it means, you know, I don't really care about that. You know, I understand how some might, but being an intraday trader, all I'm caring about is what's happening today. And okay, if it's based on over the average over 10 days. So far, my scans, my option activity scan is giving me what I'm looking for, but I don't see. I'm almost 100% sure. Yeah, we don't have. See, we don't have an option volume yesterday, option volume 5 days ago. We don't have anything like that. We don't have the no. Okay, it's just that this filter. Well, you know what? I've never actually tried that. Let me see something here. Let me just put. I'll use it on my little watch list. Don't. So that might be it. I've never even tried that. Okay, so that's the option volume contracts. That should be the average over 10 days. Please don't go back 10 days and divide. And if it doesn't come to that number, don't yell at me. Okay, because maybe it's not 10 days. But I guess if you use that filter, you can do a comparison. And then so then the option volume today, show the column. All right. So yeah, so I guess the average over 10 days, 5,600 for Iova. Today it's 2,100, 21,000. No, I'm just showing you. I'm just showing you right now, Marvin. Phew. That matches the 2144. Yeah, there you go. So if you divide 5,600, 5,645 into 2145, you're going to get about 379%. So that's the baseline that is being used. Okay. I think it's the average over 10 days. You just add that as a column. See the columns, option today, volume in contracts. And then this one, that's I know it's a little confusing. I wish, I asked them a million years ago, change it to average option volume over whatever the time period is. But anyway, option volume today contracts that's that baseline. I think it's over 10 days. And this is it today. So you'll see the actual numbers. They're the numbers right there. Okay. 10 is better than 0, yes. But from my way of thinking, why do you care to see the number? I mean, maybe I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, because if you're looking for stocks trading abnormally, I mean, then you're going to see, you're going to see a bigger number here. Obviously, you're going to see, if depending on what percentage you use, you're going to see the bigger number here, which is going to be compared to that number. That's why I've really never thought. I mean, I don't care so much about that. Tells me the option volume today. The only reason, in this scan here, it has to be a minimum of 500 contracts. That's all. In order to make the scan, most of the time it's going to be a lot more. But if you want to see the numbers, there they are. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now. So what time is it now? 1:16. So I will 1:17. So maybe back no later than 1:27. Okay, well, whatever works for you, Marvin. Yeah, I guess you could put the single stock. You could put this in this if you're using the single stock window. You could put there's the option volume. You could put a column right underneath it. Well, that's the option volume today, and then you could put that column right underneath it. The option volume, which would be the average over 10 days, if you really cared. You're talking about my homepage, Wolfhound. You're talking about my homepage because it's not on Trade Ideas. Yeah, no, I don't know. I really don't know. I've had it for, I don't know, a few years now. I really don't know if the rest of them do. I wanted to do it because in a trading room, people ask me questions all day long, and it's easier for me to just give them my link, and then I can just point them within the link rather than, you might say, well, I want that scan, I want that scan, I want that scan. I have to keep posting in those different links. So that's why I do it. It just makes it easier. The rest of the guys, of course, are not in a trading room. So, okay, guys, I'm going to do my video now. So I'm going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. I see this one is active again, this ARBK. Now why isn't it showing up? Relative volume is 11, that's fine. 391%, so that's fine in terms of the option volume. So those two volume metrics are fine. And the answer is right in front of me. It's not a 10-day daily breakout. It has. If this takes out yesterday's high at some point, 436, this will show up here. You know what else is getting a little frisky is the MULN again. Big level, guys. Look at this. Yeah, I mean, it got up to what, 1488. The next high looking left is 1473. So right into that area. If it can break out to the high of the day, the next high is 1870. Wow. You probably put an alert right up here then, guys. 1488. See if it takes out the high of the day at some point. Now that, again, that float is not correct. It's going to be about between 3 and 4 million. Okay, that's a 1-for-1. It's a 100 1-for-100 reverse split. So it's going to be between 3 and 4 million. The float actually has earnings tomorrow after the market. Are you kidding me? Post market, Friday, the last day of the year, last trading day of the year, after hours. Good time to release earnings, especially if they're bad. Yeah, definitely. It's traded the float, not quite, maybe about 15 times or so. I can ask him, yeah. A link to his Bollinger Racing from, okay, sure. Let me ask him right now. Just one moment. Okay, so I've got the link for you, okay? This is actually Chris's. Steve took it from Chris, but it's the same. It's not called Bollinger Band anymore, but it's the same scan. So I'll give you the link. Okay, that should be the link right there, okay? Okay, guys, I am interested in too much right now. The Fusion, yeah, I was kind of interested in the Fusion if it got over 12, sorry, 10 again, but it's obviously not going to happen. Well, I shouldn't say obviously, but it probably is not going to happen. The Ampex, it probably not going to get a, it may not get above my that original entry. The Chris, if it gets over 330 later on in the day, maybe. The MBOT is just, I don't know, it's got to get over 2 for me to get interested again. Well, Steve H, I am no expert in that, but I'm assuming you did look at the video that showed you how you do it. I'll put this link in, but I know it's all to do with the correct, having the right port and all that. Is it 90 something 96, ending in 96, I think. You're talking about live, right? You're not talking about paper trading using IB. You're talking about live, like your account. Okay. Well, yeah, you're going to probably have, because I can't help you. I have no idea what you'd be doing incorrectly. If you say you followed it step by step, and you did look at this video, I haven't looked at this for so long. So you looked at the video here. Did you actually look at that video? I think it's more of a video, right, rather than text. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, then Chris is a way more of an expert than I am. So why don't you go to the homepage? Okay, go to the homepage, click on the link, and need help. Do the need help, click on that, and then click on the ask, and just say, well, first of all, here's my account number, or here's my email, so that they can look up your account, and then hopefully somebody can help you. I know Chris is around, and he's got a lot more experience with Brokerage Plus than I have. I only use Brokerage Plus like here, okay, just to demonstrate simulated trading. But off the top of my head, it's if you say you follow the instructions absolutely 100%, then I certainly can't help. Ooh, look at this Mott's, guys. Look at the room it's got. Wow. Now this is an interesting one. Reminds me a little bit like the CHRS. The high there, the high that it just took out is 146. What's the volume like? Not a lot of volume. Okay, not a lot of volume. But look at the float. Another crazy low float. 617,000 in the float. The volume is 12 times normal. What's the spread like? Spread is not terrible. You know, it's a nickel. It's not terrible if it's going to move. But you know, the big deal is when you look left, 250 or so is the next high. Yeah, 250 is the next high. Reminds me exactly like the CHRS. You know, when CHRS got above that level right there, and then you look left and all that room. So Mott's is almost it's actually better in terms of a potential percentage move, but and the volume is starting to come in now. This is late. This is late volume really coming in the last hour. I mean, it's not a lot of total volume. I get it. So anyway, that's an idea. You guys might want to just follow that one for a bit. All right, let me he actually had two races. Okay, let me I'll post that again and see what he says. Meanwhile, obviously the market's shrugging off that horrible auction, the 1 o'clock horrible auction, shrugging it off like nothing. What a another insanely choppy day like yesterday. All right, try this one, okay? He said they renamed it. It's the same race, but try this one, okay? That's all. He just put that link in for you, okay, Tim. Hopefully that's different. Keep an eye on the MULN, guys. Takes out that high of 1480 something, and that could get rocking again. Because remember, the next high looking left on the daily chart is way up here, almost 19. 1870. So I've got an alert set up here at the high. Now, it doesn't mean if it hits the high of the day, I'm taking the trade immediately. It just means I want to know about that, see how it's trading. Ideally, it would come close, maybe base a little bit under, and then pop through on some volume. That may not happen, of course. Wow, look at this mass go, guys. MASS, 908 Devices, Inc. Not a lot of volume, three and a half times normal, but look at this thing go. What is it? 7, 6, almost 50% in a couple of weeks. This is MASS. Hmm. Well, I can see maybe there's an argument. I mean, it had to tack on about $1.20, but if it took out that 1461 later on, that's the SIDU. There's about three highs right in that area. Maybe one of those late dayers. And as we said before, the float is only about 800,000. So this looks like this did a 1-for-100 reverse split at some point. And our adjuster has not, or our data provider has not accounted for that yet. So do I think it has anything left? Well, as I said, if it, I think I know how traders think. I mean, if it took out this 1450, which, it's would have to tack on about $1.30 from right now. I'm just looking at these highs right there, the last three, that area could get people interested. No guarantee, of course, but also, yeah, I mean, when you look left, 1440, 15. Yeah, I mean, 19, I mean, if it can take out 15 somehow, somehow, then you've got next highs of 17 and 1924. I mean, it's probably asking a lot, but anything can happen with that float. So, I mean, do I think it has anything left? I have no idea. It would have to really take this area out here, in my opinion, the 1450. Look at this market, guys. Look at the bottoming tail, big topping tail. This is the SPY, okay? 15-minute candles. So the only thing to do, in my opinion, is put a price alert, for the SIDU, maybe around that 1440 mark and see if it takes it out and really tears from there. And again, recognizing that the float is very, very low. All right, I'll repost that. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to take a look at it. So it was on his layout? when you're talking about the settings, okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. Just give me a moment. Thanks a lot, Chris. Well, you know what is kind of rearing its head here is CING. They're very low float. I don't know. Maybe Mbot gets over 2 again. My issue is here's the high of the day, 213. And then right over here is about 220. It looks like all that resistance is right there. And that's kind of what blocked it. Bob, I can't remember. I mean, we obviously saw Sing yesterday. Well, I'll call it Sing. CING. We saw it yesterday because it had the big gap up, the big topping tail and a bottoming tail. I can't remember if you and I specifically talked about it. I know it was talked about. Oh, I see. When you said did we, I thought you meant you and me. Okay. Oh yeah, it was definitely talked about yesterday for sure. I mean, a stock that goes from 210 up to almost 5. Certainly. Certainly. Okay, guys. So when I take off at around 3, William will keep the room open today until 4. Okay, you just confirm that. Thank you, William. You were missed yesterday, I'm sure. So guys, I'm not really too interested in doing that much trading right now. Take a look at the WT. No, it's ugly. Look how ugly this daily chart is, guys. Up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. Ugly, in my opinion. All right, so what I'm going to do, just one last talk about my homepage then. Ooh, what's happening here? FIHL running down, running down, running down. I'm hearing that. FIHL. Oof, look at this bottoming tail. Then a pop up. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Obviously, right at the top, you'll have a way in which you can take out a subscription. You can use this promo code. You'll get 25% off. That's basically the holiday promo code or the holiday discount. So you can use my code, Barry25, 25% off the first month or the entire year. Why would you do 20%, right? When you get 25% from me. Now, if you're going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it to use my code. This will really help to keep this room free. That's the goal. Keep the room free. How do we do it? Well, you use my code whenever you're going to take out a subscription in the future. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, I think that'll really help you. A series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. Stock of the day video, you can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. You'll get them about an hour or so before the market opens Monday mornings, and it is free. There was none this week. There was not one this week, and there will not be one next week. Steve will resume them the following week. Big education section is here, and if you're looking for my scans, here they are. And especially this one, this is the one I love. Abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo, the combo scan. Okay, that's what I did up here. Took the trades from there in the simulator. Did a pretty good job, except for the fusion. Okay, should never have allowed something go from 126 down to 43. And even this one, the MBOT, should not. That's $100 swing right there too. But again, this was in the simulator, and so if you were doing this, you have to pay way more attention than I'm able to. And again, this is a trading and support room. So if you're sitting out there with some questions and you think you're interrupting me or something, please don't think that way. You can ask me questions anytime. If I'm in a trade that requires my entire concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But usually, though, I can answer questions all day long without any problem. Okay. Now, if I can't answer the question, like Tim too in YouTube asked for the scans that he saw during Steve's presentation, I can just go, I can ask the other traders. Sometimes you're looking for a scan, not necessarily one that you saw. Maybe you're thinking of an idea. I'm not a big swing trader. Maybe it's more of a swing trading idea. I can always ask the other traders if you got something that looks like what you might want. The only thing I really can't get into is the accounting. If you're talking about, well, I got an accounting problem, that'll have to direct you to accounting. FWBI. Yeah, so I mean that had the big news yesterday, right? I guess it had the big news yesterday. Okay, so they were selling off this division. Well, I don't division, not a division, I guess, but some kind of a drug that they. But you know what? Can't get seduced by the news. Seriously, I mean, look what happened yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it's I don't know what else I can say. I mean, it's a very low float, another crazy low float. If you were thinking we were going to have a continuation today, I don't think you must have been thinking. If you're wondering why would it sell off, it's the market. I mean, it's a low float. Yeah, maybe the news looked good, but not good enough. Certainly not good enough to sustain anything. Oh, I see what you're talking about. So the planned public offering was withdrawn. Well, remember these low floats. They're very. I mean, I see what happened. Also, it actually got up to 637. It came right back down. They're very volatile, obviously, because of the float. You got to be so careful. But if you're thinking, well, why? That seemed like really great news. Why did? Well, it seemed like great news when it got up here, and then maybe it's just not good enough. Okay. Well, it was sort of a related question. I mean, he specifically talked about a stock. So there is William saying FWBI blew it yesterday by selling warrants and then allowing some to execute theirs at a discount. There's your answer. Thank you, William. Okay, there's your answer. Meanwhile, my Christmas present keeps on giving me gifts. Stantec keeps moving higher. All-time high now, American dollars. All-time high, Canadian dollars. All right, guys. So you know what? I'm really actually so kind of interested in CHRS if it takes out the high of the day. I mean, it could. Here's the high right up here, 332. It would still have room to run. It's not a low float, 106 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float, but it still has that room, that potential. Nobody is saying it's getting to 372 today, tomorrow, or any time, but at least it's got that the what if. Okay, guys, listen, 203. So, as I said, the only thing I'm really watching is that Chris Coherus. See if it takes up that 330 area. Oh, there's the T8NH. Next high looking left, it got right into it, didn't it? 157 is the next high looking left, and that is 156. If it can take that out, it's got a shot, guys, $2. I'm saying it's getting there, but at least you look left, 50 cents, 50 cents away from if it does take out that high, or maybe 44 cents. Volume coming in for some reason. China stock. Has KWAB maintained its big move, or has it sold off at all? Let's talk about China in general. Yeah, actually, look at that. There's been a pretty decent sell-off now. Big run up at the beginning. Big gap up in the pre-market. A nice little run, but at 11:30, that was kind of it. So let's take a look at some of the China stock, some of the DQ as an example. Is it mimicking it? Kind of. Well, I was looking at DQ just to see if it was mimicking KWEB, Northern Exposure. Okay, KWEB, which is sort of an ETF for the China market. So I just wanted to see if DQ was, and it was, to me, not quite the same as KWEB, but no, I was saying earlier in the day, if you're going to trade a China stock and it doesn't have any specific news on its own, make sure you've got KWEB thumbnailed somewhere as a chart you can refer to. Because if you're in any China stock from probably here, starting at 9:30 until 11:30, you're probably doing pretty well. But if you went for lunch, you've probably come back to something like this, which is not good. You know, it's kind of holding well. It just needs to get some volume coming back in. Is the MULN actually? It's holding nicely at 14. I have an alert at around 1480. You know, just take out this area up here. You can see even on a daily chart, that would be a significant area to take out on the daily chart. And then maybe if it does that, the next high is 1870. So could get interesting into the close, and that is the MULN. And again, that is not a 339 million float. It is more, it's between 3 and 4 million. Another recent reverse split in RBO. Yeah, you can always tell when a stock has done a reverse split, unless it was one of those, you know, very low priced, low float IPOs. But when you see a stock with 4.66 million in the float, you can rest assured they had done a reverse split before. Yeah, so I said between 3 and 4 million. So I guess it wasn't between. Okay, between 3 and 4.1 million. 1 million. After the company, let's see, what was the news? Company submitted an IND application to the FDA. Okay, phase 1. I mean, look, for a company like this, I guess it's good news, nice news for it, but okay, guys, listen, I might put myself on mute right now. I'm not seeing anything that I really want to talk about, so I'm going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on the mic, okay?
Michael, you don't hear me because I'm on mute. I guess you can't see my screen. It says on mute. If you have a question, I will get back on the mic. Okay? Okay, Michael, how does MNSO look? And well, TANH has been on a rip, but when you say how does it look, how does it look to you? But seriously, I'm not trying to. How does it look to you? I mean, you know that I'm not a swing trader. I've said that I said earlier that this got up to that one. What does it get up to? 162. The next high is 156, and then there's 150, and then one. So that little area, you would have to take it out again, and then maybe you can get up to two. I mean, that's all. That's how it looks to me. Okay, but if you're please, you're not asking me. Well, are you telling me I should buy it now and swing it, Michael? You got to have your own business plan, trading plan. But that's all I said. I mean, as a day trader, had it not done this big pullback here, had it been earlier in the day, I probably would have been a little more interested in it. And then MNSO. And I mean, this is so yeah, you're looking at a couple of China stocks. Now the China stocks were alive today, but they've been selling off. So are you it's in a different yeah, it's in we have a YouTube room to pivot point, okay? Sorry, I should have mentioned that. So I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. Same room. I mean, in essence, they see my screen, they can hear me. You're in the right room if you want a little more action amongst traders, okay? Stick in the main trading room. But the same thing, this is China, Michael. So, I mean, China, a lot of the China stocks are really alive at the beginning of the day, but you have to look at KWEB and it's sold off. So how do you feel about China going forward? It's not me. Will China, as I said, take a look at KWEB. That's what I'm saying. A lot of the China stocks look like this, and then they've been selling off. Now they're still up for the day, like this KWEB, which is I use it as an ETF for the China stocks, but what is going to happen tomorrow? I have no idea. I mean, look at KWEB here. Up, down, up, down, up, down. You get news out of China that they're going to do this, maybe crack down on something, boom, the market goes down. Then the next day they say, you know what, maybe we're not going to crack down as much. Boom, the market goes up. China is, it's not my favorite thing to try to trade, as certainly looking long term or even a week. So that's my take on it, but somebody else might have a different take. Okay, guys, back on mute. If you have a question, I'll get back on the mic. ICT concept, I don't know what the ICT concept is. You'd have to, I have no idea what that is. I probably should know, but I don't know what the ICT concept as an indicator. But you know what I can do? Like I tell others to do? I'll Google it. Let's just see what it, ICT indicator. For trading. All right, technical trading method that relies on chart analysis and market trends to make trades. So market trends, okay, this trading, okay. Well, we don't have it. I don't know why we don't have it, but I have no answer for that. You could always feel free to send an email, support@trade-ideas.com. You can ask that question. I have no idea. I don't think, I sort of remember you're talking about it, but I don't recall anybody in the 14 years I've had the program that anybody has asked me about that. Not that, it's not valid or anything, but you can always go. You can always, request, ask the question. And again, I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I can't answer a question like that. There are a lot of indicators that, people want. I mean, listen, the big one is why don't we have EMAs? I mean, but company is really reluctant to add more indicators right now. I mean, right now, I can't remember the last one they added years ago. But you didn't ask me that, Coffee, did you? You must have asked somebody else. I didn't. I've never really. I didn't know what that meant, to be honest. I had to look it up. Yeah, well, Coffee, I hate disappointing you. It seems like I disappoint you every time. We do not have an alert. Okay. Now, you can create a top list showing stocks that are very close to the pre-market high, which in some cases can be better than the actual alert. Because what if you get an alert breaking it and it just, breaks it by a lot? And by the time you get the alert, it's way past it. So you can always use the pre-market position in the pre-market. You could use the position in the pre-market range, okay? And the same thing as I was, we were talking about yesterday, I think in the 10-day range and 20-day, you could put like 95 and 99 so that these are stocks that are very close, very, very close. Which again, sometimes that's a better way to do it rather than seeing the actual break, because what happens if it breaks and just keeps running? By the time you look at it, maybe it's gone a little too far. Here at least, put 95, 99, whatever that number is going to be, 95 in the min, 99 in the max. Again, you can play around with those filters or those values, because and then sort. You can sort on that column, so you'll see the ones that are very, very close. And when you click on the alert, you might go, man, I wouldn't mind taking that right now. I don't have to wait for the pre-market break. Maybe it's setting up right now. At least I think this gets you better prepared for something that might break the pre-market high. And I asked that question early on too, when we finally had the data points for the pre-market. Well, we didn't have a data point. We don't have a data point for the pre-market. Now, we do have the data point. Excuse me. We do have the data point, but we don't have the alert. So, price breaking that high. We don't have that. Okay. And then, add your other filters in, your price range you want, minimum volume you want. Bienvenue. Let's just for fun do one, okay? I'll just out of curiosity, let's see if there's anything that's still very close to the pre-market. Just show you what I would do. So here's our summary, okay? So we don't need the volume burst. You know what? I better not do it here because I'm going to change everything. So all right, we'll start with this. Keep it really, really basic. And then pre-market. And I'll put 95 to 99. I'll make sure I add that as a column also. Okay, let's see how that looks. And we'll get rid of it. Okay, let's take a look at, well, there's Starbucks. Starbucks, everybody knows Starbucks. And this is what I would be doing. I would sort. Yeah, so they're going to be very close. Anyway, so there's Ribbon. People know Ribbon. Let's take a look at Ribbon. Sometimes come on, chart. Oh, so you see what happened. It actually broke the pre-market high earlier, but as we speak, it's here. Okay, but if you had had that up and running earlier, you would have seen it on the first. But let's take a look at Starbucks. So it's only looking at right now in relation to the pre-market high. Be nice to find one that had. There we go. No, no. So the same thing. Pre-market high looks like that was 95. Looks like it was 95.50. So we're at 95.66. You see, so it's very close. But give me a moment here. Oh. And nice to see one that hasn't broken the pre-market high at all during the day. Yeah, so there's the pre-market high is right there at 860, 879, and there it is right at 879. Well, if I remove the 99%, that will mean that it can be above the pre-market high. And it could be up, well, I think anyway, let me, because putting the 99% here just means it hasn't, it shouldn't be above, but I'll remove it, but I don't think that's going to be what you want. Yeah, you see, you're going to see stocks that are way above now, or could be way above. Could be. Because you're not putting an upper range limit on it. Anyway, you can guys keep an eye on CHRS. I'm probably not going to trade it, but keep an eye on CHRS. It looks like it's trying to get back up to that 330 level. But you're right. There's something a little fishy about this. Let me just bring back the 99 because yeah, between 95 and 99% above. So it will not be above. It'll be close at 99, but it won't be above. Yeah, see, that's right at it. I mean, there it is. I mean, 1934, 1935, there's the high right there, 1930. But, you know, it broke it a long time ago. But if you start using this, you know, right from when the market opens, you would catch the ones that are close and then maybe they'll break. You know, I mean, it's obviously right there. It broke right there. It broke the pre-market high right there. And it ran a bit. This one, AES anyway. So I give you this if you want. I mean, it's you can adjust. Or maybe Shady's got something better. So this is what he's done. So he's taken the pre-market. So there, okay. So what he's done is he's taken this and put 100 to 100. So that's going to be right at the pre-market high, but not that much higher. So it's up to you. You know, if you want to see the ones that are approaching it, but not have broken it, this will show you ones that are, you know, kind of right at it. You may not get too many alerts, but you know, you can try that also. Okay, R Valley, just pulled the trigger. Okay, first of all, have you done the 10 videos, the 10 short videos? And welcome, by the way. Okay, that's the first thing you should do. Okay, so here's my homepage. I'll show you where you can find it. So click on my homepage link. I just put it in there. And you see the get started. Now, you may not have to do everything if you've already downloaded and installed the software. Maybe you've already done your first startup and login. That's fine. You know, but here's, you know, all about our toolbar up here. Different layout styles. I wouldn't look at dock layout, to be honest, but definitely important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Definitely take a look at these 3 episodes. They're all very short videos. You know, if you did them all, it'd take you about 30 minutes. So 10 videos, 30 minutes, but you may not have to do them all. So I would definitely take a look at this. Okay. And the next thing is that I share a lot of scans. I have no idea what sort of a trader you are, what style you like. But again, if you click on my homepage link and you click here, whoops, so you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, that center section. These are the scans that I am currently looking at. Now, that may not be your trading style, okay? But these are the scans that I currently am sharing with everybody. And to open a scan, just like it says, when you click on it, when it says open scan, you just click on it. And then it's depending on how you set up your browser, it'll open in a new tab or maybe right over a tab. But anyway, there it is right there. That is the link. Okay. And you just highlight it. Okay. And then once it's highlighted, Control C, now it's copied. And then you go into your toolbar, file. All this is in the guide too. File, load from cloud. You know, a lot of steps. And there it is. If you look here, you see how this ends in BA8EF, BA8EF. There it is. It fills in that box. And then you just load it. And now it's on your screen. Now it's on your screen. Okay. You can also look at our guide though too. And now you don't have to get overwhelmed by what's in the guide. I would look at this though. So again, click on my homepage link. Education section is right here. And then I click on the user guide. Now, again, you don't have to learn everything in here, but there's that getting started section again. But what I would do is I would take a little more detailed look about what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is. Okay. You're interested in stock racing, but certainly these are, the basis behind trade ideas, really. Alert windows and top list windows. You can create your own, or you can take the ones I've got. Okay, but the first thing is the getting started. Okay, it's a software program, so obviously there's a little bit of a learning curve. But again, I don't get overwhelmed by all the information that is there. It's like any other software program. A lot of stuff you won't care about. I always use the analogy that if you bought MS Word and they threw the manual at you and you looked at it and you thought, my gosh, how am I going to learn how to do this if I have to learn everything? Well, of course you don't. So there are certain things you might want to glean from our manual, but a lot of things you don't have to learn. Certainly not right off the bat. Yeah. So if you come into this room, then this is essentially a day trading room. I'm not a swing trader. Most of all my scans are set up to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay, in terms of volume, relative volume, and also abnormal option activity volume. That's what all my scans are set up like that. Because if I'm going to day trade, I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. So we're really good as a program to we're able to find stocks like that all day long. Now, how you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. I don't know if you have any trading experience at all. Can you read charts? Because obviously it's just like anything else. You get an alert. Now what? Now, the premium service. So this is what I would do, okay? Because if you sign up for the premium service, it's probably because you want access to the AI. So if you do those 10 videos, what you want to do then, once you have a toolbar, and maybe you don't have anything else, okay? You click on new, and then premium AI strategy trades window. And this is the window that will pop up. And the other thing is make sure you shut down trade ideas every evening, okay? And then start it in the morning. A lot of data crunching overnight, so that can kind of screw up the system, your system, if you don't do that. So what'll happen is if you load trade ideas, say before 9:30 Eastern time, and you have this as part of your layout, this will be blank. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. Look at this. This was a pretty awesome alert when it happened. This BBLG, we had an alert at 5:36. And you can see there, that little up arrow there, that's telling you where the alert was. And before it pulled back all the way, this went from 5:36 all the way up to 10:60. I'm not saying every single, alert you're going to get from our AI is going to be like that, but that was a pretty awesome alert. So I know that's probably a lot to take in, but the first thing to do is definitely take a look at those 10 short videos at least, okay? And then you can come back in the room tomorrow, and if you have questions, I can certainly help. All right, guys, I am getting set to shut down my 6 hours. William will keep the room open until 4. I'll be gone. There'll be nobody on the mic. and the screen sharing will be gone, but you can still interact with the other users who are left in the trading room. Yeah, just one thing about the AI, okay? I don't, and most people well, everybody I think at Trade Ideas does not agree. I hope you're not thinking you're going to auto trade this, okay? To me, the AI is like the combination of man and machine. The machine will give you the alerts, and then how you trade them should be up to you. We definitely do not condone. Well, we don't think people should auto trade them. First of all, you get an alert doesn't mean you have to take the trade immediately. If you're used to trading our Valley, then you should be able to look at a chart and say, that looks interesting, but maybe I should wait for a little bit if it does this. Maybe the market's moving against you at the time of that alert. Maybe it's going to be something that's a little more market dependent. You don't know. Maybe the AI is not infallible. Maybe there's a 200-day moving average sitting right above it, as an example. So you want to wait maybe for it to, I'm not this one, but I mean, just in general. So that's why, I always, every time I get an alert, I want to see what the chart looks like. For me, my style of trading is I'm always looking left to see where is the next high on the daily chart. So, if this alert happened at $6 and I look left and the next high was at $6.10, I probably wouldn't take the trade. I don't care that if it's coming from our AI or not. But if I look left and there's there's a lot of room until it hits that next high, then for me personally, it becomes a candidate. But those are all, if you're used to trading, you will have your own trading style, of course. You might be somebody who wants to play, you don't want to play stocks that are near the highs or lows of the day. You want to wait for a pullback to maybe a certain, maybe the VWAP or a moving average that you like. All sorts of different trading styles, as I'm sure you're aware. Yeah, so what we're really, really, really good at are real-time alerts, okay? There are a lot of great programs out there that are basically screeners, TradingView. It's a great program. But what we're really, really good at, real-time alerts. And of course, you can set up, don't want to overwhelm you right now, but I say I'm sharing my scans. There are scans in our toolbar, in our channel bar. But of course, you can create your own scans. And, these are all of the real-time alerts that we have. And again, that's how we say, yeah, I don't have to learn them all. But you might cruise through them and say, oh, I wouldn't mind that one. Maybe there's something that you're used to. But we have a lot of real-time alerts. And then these are the filters that we've got. And you might see a filter that's, I know what the average true range is. Maybe I'll find a way to use that. Just stuff like that, okay? But don't get the idea that you have to learn every single real-time alert and every single filter. Okay, guys, I do not see any other questions, so I think I'm going to take off now. Is there another question? I'll hang around. But what I want to do in the YouTube room, I'll just put the link to get into the main room if you still want to talk about stocks with other traders. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions. So, well, again, thanks for all the help all day long. Rooms will be open tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Now, in the main room, you can come in probably by about 7:30, certainly by 8. Somebody will be there. I don't get on the mic until 9 though. And then we go to 3 o'clock. So it's every day. Well, Monday to Friday, not every day. Not Saturday and Sunday. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I am going to wrap it up. Thanks a lot, guys. See you tomorrow.